All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to each and every one of you. I'd just like to welcome you again to today's Pacific Youth Summit 2022, Stepping Up for Corruption Resilient 2050 Blue Pacific Summit today. Why don't you give yourselves a big round of applause for making it this early? I know some of us are still waking up this morning, probably haven't had the conference yet, but you'll be happy to know we do have more than two in the program. And talking about the program today, every one of you has the summit bag, gift bag, in front of you. You can have a look at it. It contains the program for today, the pen, along with $5,000 cash for wish. Maybe next year's event, you've got to come for that one. But you've got some goodies there. You can have a look through the program and see what's happening today. Let's just get acquainted with today's summit. Now, just introducing myself, I'll be the co-host of this Yame from Papua New Guinea and Fiji. So shout out to any Genji crowd in the here today. No one lost to Tonga in the rugby league, but that's okay. Any Tongans in the house? I'll shake your hand after lunch. I'll eat first. But we're just waiting for our chief guests to arrive, so maybe you can have a look at the screen in front of you. Just a few housekeeping announcements. I know many of you have been here many times before, but it's good to know, once again, your exits, we have 1, 2, 3 exits around us. In the event of any fire, any emergency, you could make your way out through the closest exit near you. Please do not bunch up at one exit. Also, washrooms are located just outside the theater on both levels, so you can access that whenever you want. And also for this event, we have a water dispenser at the back of the room. So hopefully some of you want water bottles. We're trying to keep it as quickly as possible. So if you want to refill your water bottle, you can head to the back and fill your water bottles there. Last but not least, social media. I know most of us have phones here. So if you're posting about today's summit, please use hashtags that are on the screen. And that will give us a better idea of and summarize the event afterwards. It's just a few housekeeping rules. We'll be starting very shortly. Just get acquainted with each other. Say good morning to each other. Maybe turn to your person on your left. Yandra Gunaka. Good morning. We're here for today. Maybe tell them your favorite color, where you're from. Maybe if you're single, no, we'll save that after lunch as well. Just get acquainted with each other. Say good morning to each other. Save that after lunch. Maybe after networking drinks after as well. But once again, Vinaka Vaka Levu for coming this morning. We'll be starting very shortly. Thank you. Where you're from. Maybe if you're single, no, we'll save that after lunch as well. Save that after lunch. Maybe after networking drinks after as well. Once again, Vinaka Vaka Levu for coming this morning. We'll be starting very shortly. Thank you. Again, good morning to everyone here, Your Excellency, participants, members of staff, and students. We thank you for being so patient as we start this morning. We're just waiting for maybe another few minutes, and we will start with the actual program. Another reminder of the housekeeping rules for you if you have just come into the building. And familiarize yourself with the housekeeping rules again. Even if you brought yourself a water bottle, we have a water tank limit dispenser at the back of the room. These cups and water bottles. You can get it. Yes, we have a water dispenser at the back. Of course, toilets outside in the foyer. And please look through the program for today. Familiarize yourself. We have a lot going on, a lot of exciting events hosted by our partners as well. So today's a day about having fun and gaining knowledge, so to speak. Just to give you a heads up, in just a few minutes we will be having a march of flags coming into the center here. So there'll be a group of students who will be coming with their flags. I will just ask you before they come if you can all rise. You can get yourselves ready. You've done your squats or your push-ups this morning. But when they do come in with the flags, please refrain from, the biceps in the mirror, that sort of movement. But I'll ask you all to stand up when they make their way in with their flags. So as we wait, I know we're still waking up in the morning. Some of us haven't had our coffees, our teas. Maybe some of us had a big night last night, so we have a long day ahead of us. I thought maybe we could break ice with some trivia, okay? Your minds are a bit fogged So I'll be reading out some questions. You can have a think to yourself, maybe talk with your partner about the answer, and I will read out the answer, okay? Can we test your trivia knowledge? All right. Okay, no one said yes. I'm just going to go with it anyway, all right? Okay, so are you ready? I'm going to go with the first question. Question number 1. Name the only country in the world beginning with the letter O. Don't shout it out, just have it. The only country in the world beginning with the letter O. I'm going to go with the first question. Point with the mouse, the letter O there. Familiar with the letter O? Name the only country in the world. I know we're also familiar with the letter O. Only country in the world beginning with the letter O. There's only one. I'll give you a second to think. One of you said also. It's not also. Point with the mouse, the letter O there. Familiar with the letter O? I wish I could give out prizes to fill up your bags, but this is just a test of your knowledge. Only country in the world beginning with a letter O. All right, so I'm gonna read out the answer. Are you guys confident with what you said? Also, it's not also. All right, so only country in the world beginning with the letter O. If you said Australia with the O, please exit. Exit to the left. The library is down there. We need to learn. No, the only country in the world beginning with the letter O, that is Oman. Oman, okay? Oman. As for you, please exit. We'll finish off with another one. Scientific symbol for gold. Scientific symbol for gold. Any science students in the house? I know we all want gold in our life. More gold, more honey. More honey, more money. More money. Any science students in the house? Any science students in the house? I know we all want gold in our life. More gold, more honey. More honey, more money. More money. Ghost, my twin is speaking. Perhaps maybe sound ICT can sort that out. Yes, as you think on that question, I'd just like to welcome each and every one of you, our esteemed guests, everyone in the house, the staff, students of USU, partner members, in today's program, Pacific Youth Summit 2022, Stepping Up for Corruption, the 2052. As we wait for the students to come in for the March of Flags, once again I said, what is the scientific symbol for gold? It is AU. AU. Right? Got it? AU. Very smart. 2 for 2, huh? Oh, you're getting very smart. Very smart. 2 for 2, huh? Oh, you're getting very smart. All right, and I'd also we welcome those who are joining us on the live stream online. It's not only those we have participants from across the Pacific and across over the world tuning in today. It's a very big event. We thank you, and we I'd also we welcome those who are joining us on the live stream online. It's not only those we have participants from across the Pacific and across over the world. Right, I'll finish off with one last trivia question just to fill our time. You guys are ready for this one. So, geography question. Geography and currency question. Okay, are you guys ready? This question that I have for you today, get it right. Right, I'll finish off. That's it, you get it right. You don't get any prizes. It's all about learning today, that's why. But this question number 3. Which countries in the world use the currency rand? Are you guys ready? Which countries in the world use the currency rand? Get it right. There are three three countries. So have a think with your partners. It's all about learning today, that's right. But this question, look at the globe, look online, the currency rand, R-A-N-D. Currency rand. Which three countries? Which countries in the world use currency rand? There are three countries. I'll be very impressed. Look at the globe, look online, the currency rand, R-A-N-D. This activity is all. You have a lot in store. All right, so the three countries currency rand are Eswatini. Anyone get that? Eswatini? Okay, maybe you got that. Eswatini. Second one was Namibia. Last one, more well known in South Africa. We have countries that use the rand, Namibia, and South Africa. Maybe we can meet someone from the country. Hey, I know you gang use the rand. Like, wow. Not a lot of people know that. So once again, we'll be starting very shortly. There will be a march of flags by our US students. Once again, 12 member countries taking part this morning. So they'll be marching in here. And we'll be starting. All right, I'll leave you with one last one. One last trivia question, okay? Last one. This one's a geography question. I visit the city of Chiang Mai. If I visit the city of Chiang Mai, which country am I in? I visit the city of Chiang Mai. I'll spell it for you. Chiang Mai. Chiang Mai. Visit that city. Which country are you in? The country. Paano level? I'll just let you know. So the answer to that last trivia question to wake you guys up this morning. If I visit Chiang Mai, which country am I located in? Anyone? Any takers? Tajikistan? No. Thailand, that is correct. Thailand. So Chiang Mai is in the north of Thailand. It's a mountainous town. Lots of things to do there. You can ride elephants or go to elephant sanctuaries. You can climb up mountains. The things you can do in Fiji except for the elephants. Thailand, that is correct. Thailand. North of Thailand. And that concludes the trivia for this morning. So I think some of you maybe got 4 out of 4. Maybe 1 out of 4, or maybe 0 out of 4, but that's okay. It's all about learning. So why don't you give yourself a big round of applause again. Trivia for this morning. So I think some of you maybe got 4 out of 4, maybe 1 out of 4, or maybe 0 out of 4. That's okay. It's all about learning. So why don't you give yourself a big round of applause? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe the students have made their way just outside the venue now. Please rise to show respect for the youths bearing their country's flags. Nakavakalevu. All right, ladies and gentlemen. And you can get excited when you see your country flag coming as well. Their way just outside the venue. Please rise to show respect bearing their country's flags. Nakavakalevu. And you can get excited when you see your country flag coming as well. Again, our student representatives from 12 Pacific countries, including Cook Islands, Fiji, Kiribati, Marshall Islands, Nauru, Niue, Samoa, Solomon Islands, Tokelau, Tonga, Tuvalu, and Vanuatu. So if you heard your country there, why don't you give them another big round of applause? 12 Pacific countries, including Cook Islands, Fiji, Kiribati, Marshall Islands, Nauru, Niue, Samoa, Solomon Islands, Tokelau, Tonga, Tuvalu, and Vanuatu. So if you heard your country there, why don't you give them another big round of applause? Sorry, you may be seated as well. We will now have a performance by our student representatives. And Vanuatu. So if you heard your country there, why don't you give them another big round of applause? You may be seated as well. We will now have a performance by our student representatives. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just welcome some of our guests as well before we begin today's program. So allow them to take a seat, and then we can proceed with the opening performance by our USP student members. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just welcome some of our guests as well before we begin today's program. So allow them to take a seat, and then we can proceed with the opening performance by our USP student members. Thank you.
Fofonga sa iyong pese mafailoa Utelefa tufua o setala Ayaona na famala malama Tanga siyo na paasino mga ole ai Katawa anale matua moepo Malo na ai ngatoha pitu o tama Apio maila ia o ngava So'o tino, so'o papa Ainga o tupu, ainga o papa Ainga o tapaipa Alamay la ia i matau Ae sila mafaatatau Ia ui mai ia mapaingata Apio ma e mamala Ainga tawana Se e maia Atapa ole aufia ola utamalena la uita paipa I amapana wailoa aisa noa
Ay kamalangin na pera At pera ay kamay toro auna Para si kanan nawe Auna eto nuwe si karaoy karana
wasitay natay nainay mo'y moha Ambo ni taray siya kirua siya pilas tiyo akitay na maya Ano siya kalaki ay moa Uwa siya anak Kita wasitay natay nainay mo'y moha Ikaw kitawani ngay natitiyakin natiraro ngay si Pohowe Pari ngay atinano tibira natirijuana Kung kitawani ngay natitiyakin natiraro ngay si Pohowe Ani ngay atinano titira natirituana Kung kitawani ngay natitiyakin natiraro ngay si Pohowe Ani ngay atinano titira natirituana
All right, another big round of applause for our student representatives today from USPSA. Why don't you take a bow again, students? And we thank them for this morning's performance. I hope you guys enjoyed that performance. Applause for our student representatives today from USPSA. Why don't you take a bow again, students? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that woke you up well for this morning, for this long day that we have ahead. I'd just like to welcome our excellencies, students and staff and everyone else who has joined us today, our partners for this Pacific Youth Summit 2022. We will go straight into our next part of the program, which is a token of appreciation for our special guests. So I'd like to invite the two beautiful ladies from Tuvalu, if they could make their way up. Why don't we give them a big round of applause? And we will be presenting that to His Excellency, Mr. Brian Jones, the British High Commissioner to the Republic of Fiji. Could give him a big round of applause as well. And secondly, to Her Excellency, Ms. Charlotte Darlow, the New Zealand High Commissioner to the Republic of Fiji. If you could give her a big round of applause. Vinaka. We thank each and every one of you for coming this morning. We hope you've enjoyed this opening performance by our students. We will now go in. You can look at your program to our first our welcoming remarks by the USP Student Association Chair, Mr. Mani Mate, who is joining us all the way from the beautiful islands of Cook Islands. So why don't we give him a good Pula Vinaka, a good morning. And we shall start. Vinaka.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister Simon Kofe, Minister for Communications, Foreign Affairs and Justice of Tuvalu, His Excellency Dr. Brian Jones, British High Commissioner to the Republic of Fiji, Her Excellency Ms. Charlotte Darlow, New Zealand High Commissioner to the Republic of Fiji, Simon Kofe, Minister for Communications, Vice Chancellor and President of USP, Professor Paul Alwalia, Excellencies, High Commissioner to the Republic of Fiji, and members of the Diplomatic Corps, Mr. Levan Boaz, the UNDP Resident Representative, the Deputy Secretary General of the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat, Dr. Philemon Manoni, youth, students, ladies and gentlemen, Kia ora and a very good morning to you all. I am very pleased and honored to join you all this morning, all the way from the Cook Islands, to welcome you to the Pacific Youth Summit 2022, aptly titled Stepping Up for Corruption, Resilient Blue Pacific. I would like to welcome all of our USB campuses and youth joining from outside of Suva, and noting also that the youth and students from the USB Lautoka campus have in fact traveled this morning to be part of the summit today. So a special welcome to you all. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today's event not only adds another milestone into our regional partnership and for our youth in the Pacific, but this event today signals on the development of an unprecedented youth movement for the advancement of the governance agenda in the Pacific that the USB Students Association started back in 2021, which was aimed at creating and further increasing the informed and determined youth voices and engagement. This second Pacific Youth Summit will give the governance concerns of young people from across the Pacific a new and powerful expression. With half of the Pacific region's population aged under 23, young people will affect every aspect of development in the coming decades and winning the fight against corruption, which means an issue of critical concern in the Pacific region, hindering sustainable development and threatening peace, security, and stability depends on harnessing this demographic dividend. You might be wondering why this event. Please allow me to briefly share with you how we got here. In 2021, the University of the South Pacific Students Association established a partnership with the UNDP Pacific Office to enhance integrity, anti-corruption, and right to information advocacy across the region. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the initiatives, which are grounded on international and regional anti-corruption commitments, including the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, the 2030 Agenda, and the Sustainable Development Goals, the 2021 Te Niwa Pacific Unity Against Corruption Vision, and the 2050 Strategy for the Blue Pacific Continent. Leading up to the 2021 Pacific Youth Summit, USPSA activated a series of groundbreaking activities with young people, including extensive outreach via surveys, creative arts, workshops, video production, and digital prototyping hackathons, including the Pacific Regional Leaders Dialogue, which brought together more than 800 young people and high-level national and regional political representatives to discuss the benefits of the right to information. Also to generate ideas to strengthen the fight against corruption and highlight the vital role young people can play in accelerating progress for governance. The event built on the impact of the Pacific Youth Summit in 2021, and it sets new standards for giving youth voice in the region and access to the highest levels of political leadership. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as a result of these initiatives and the governance concerns of young people from across the Pacific, which particularly relates to the connections between corruption and sustainable development, this 2022 Pacific Youth Summit is being hosted. Not only this, but today the summit also recognizes the urgency of the climate emergency and disaster risk reduction in the region, and the ambitions of the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific Continent. This means that progress against corruption, for example, against the commitments of the Te Niwa vision at national and regional level, is a prerequisite for achieving progress in the 2050 Blue Pacific strategy. In other words, improved results in the fight against corruption can help unleash resources for realizing the full potential of the 2050 Blue Pacific strategy. This will enable an accelerated progress in achieving the long-term vision and aspirations of the 2050 strategy in all 7 key thematic areas, including climate change and disaster, which are among the focus areas of the summit. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to note and to welcome other crop agencies who are here today in partnership with us, especially the Pacific Community, SPC, and the Pacific Islands Forum, who will be leading very important sessions today, connecting various themes to the governance agenda. This summit does not mean that our role as current leaders stop here. As the Pacific youth voices grow stronger with action, and as they recognize their responsibilities being leaders of the next generation that will take the Blue Pacific into the future, we as current leaders need to work with youth as collaborators and innovators to foster intergenerational solidarity, dialogue, and partnership for a corruption and climate change resilient Blue Pacific 2050. We are also very grateful to be working alongside the UNDP Pacific Office under the United Nations Regional Anti-Corruption Project and the donor agencies for this summit, the New Zealand government and the government of the United Kingdom. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would like to remind you all of the transformational power of good governance for achieving the 2030 agenda. I sincerely hope that our youth today will become important partners and engage with everyone here through intergenerational dialogue and integrate their voices with each other for building a resilient Blue Pacific. With these words, I welcome each and every one of you to the Pacific Youth Summit 2022, and I wish you all the very best. Kia manuia.
Thank you, Mr. Manimate, Chair and President of the USP Students Association and the USPSA Student Council. And thank you for reminding everyone this morning of the strong power that partnerships can create and the solidarity that partnerships and events as such can bring together. And also reminding the current leaders that they need to work with us as innovators and as collaborators so that we can achieve our shared vision of the 2050 Pacific together on one footing. So thank you once again, Chair. And without further ado, I would like to now welcome our chief guest for this morning, the Honorable Mr. Simon Kofe, Minister of Communications, Justice and Foreign Affairs of Tuvalu. Honorable Minister, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Excellencies, youth, students, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Talofa and Pulavinaka, and warm Pacific greetings from Tuvalu. I am pleased and honored to join you this morning from Tuvalu to formally open this session of the Pacific Youth Summit 2022, which is titled Stepping Up for a Corruption Resilient Blue Pacific. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to applaud the amazing cultural performances that just took place and the March of Nations that began earlier today. I do wish I had been present in person to witness these events. I commend the University Students Association for continuing the Pacific Youth Summit, and I hope that this becomes an annual event, bringing together our current and future leaders to discuss governance in the Pacific and to build up the commitment and priorities of our Pacific leaders on sustainability for our region. I note that on the 7th of December 2021, the USP Student Association organized and hosted the first Pacific Youth Summit as part of celebrations associated with International Anti-Corruption Day. This unprecedented hybrid online and in-person event titled The Values of Integrity for the Achievement of Sustainable Development, Resilient Youth Leaders, Drivers of Sustainable Development, brought together over 5,000 youth leaders, students, and professionals from 12 Pacific countries. In the summit, young people discussed the importance of integrity and stronger youth action to promote anti-corruption, transparency, and accountability, and create a sustainable Pacific future for all. Excellencies, this unprecedented youth movement signifies the strengthening of our region and a commitment by our young people. The movement is the reason we are gathered here today, both virtually and in person. And I'm very pleased to note that today is not just youth from our Blue Pacific who are converging here to discuss important issues pertaining to governance, climate change, and disaster risk management. We also have three major crop agencies, the University of the South Pacific, SPC, and the Pacific Island Forum, who have come together to contribute to our program. When looking at corruption and governance, youth need to be involved with state and non-state actors alike to ensure that a whole of society approach is adopted. There is a clear relationship between strong governance in our Pacific region and progress towards the achievement of our 2050 Blue Pacific strategy. We simply cannot achieve the 2050 strategy without steadfast political will and forthright leadership in our region. Good governance is recognized as an essential tool for the advancement of a sustainable region, and the absence of clearly defined concept of governance and stewardship severely limits our commitment to practices of transparency, accountability, and consultations at all levels. The people of Tuvalu also have a vision for a corruption-free Pacific, a region where we work together in transparent communication for the benefit of our common good and viability. Tuvalu has implemented a national strategy for sustainable development called Tekete, which symbolizes our dedication to and preserving our traditional knowledge and wealth in a way that transcends space and time and builds towards a resilient future. We've also adopted the Te Iwa vision, where we commit to Pacific unity against corruption and which promotes a strong culturally embedded governance in our nation and the region. Youth can play a key role in helping us shape the future of our region. And I must commend the organizers of this summit for creating a youth movement, providing a platform where innovative solutions, governance issues can be developed. Through this movement, it is my hope that structured dialogue can be created where youth in our region can contribute towards the advancement of the good governance agenda and cooperate with one another. Cooperation among our youth and leaders at all levels of government is important. It truly embodies the vision of the 2050 strategy. In the strategy, we civics set our own long-term goals for working together as a region and as countries, communities, and people Pacific. Regional cooperation also advances the idea behind the Teiniwa vision, Pacific unity against corruption. This vision can be achieved only if there is cooperation on all fronts, by all nations of the region, together with our youth. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Pacific security environment has become increasingly complex, and it is therefore essential that we all work together to build our region for prosperity, peace, respect for our culture, and stewardship through a whole of society approach. In this regard, the advancement of good governance agenda by and for our youth is key to forging a shared and common vision for the Blue Pacific. I hope that you all will engage with each other and with our distinguished speakers throughout the session planned for today's program. Events like this are rare, and I sincerely hope that you will make the most of this one. And so with these words, it is my great honor to formally open the 2022 Pacific Youth Summit. Faftailasi Tuvalu Mudeatua.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you for joining us all the way from Tuvalu and for reminding us once more about the strong connections that our regional instruments has towards this dialogue, and it's connecting actually all the thematic areas under the 2050 strategy, including other past regional instruments, the Boy Declaration and the Tinao Vision that you just reminded everyone of. And I do know and I sincerely hope that all the young people who have joined us and including excellencies and current leaders have taken note of your strong call for creating structured dialogues and creating more partnerships and collaboration so that we can all work together. So thank you once more, Honorable Minister. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now hear a special address from the Deputy Secretary General of the Pacific Islands Forum, and I'm pleased to invite Dr. Philemon Manoni, the Deputy Secretary General of the Pacific Islands Forum, for his special address.
Thank you, moderator. And first of all, the Honorable Simon Coffey, Minister for Communications, Justice and Foreign Affairs of Tuvalu, Professor Pal Aluwalia, the Vice Chancellor, His Excellency Brian Jones, the High Commissioner of the United Kingdom to Fiji, Excellency Charlotte Dallow, the High Commissioner of New Zealand to Fiji, Mr. Levan Bodes, Resident Representative to UNDP, ladies and gentlemen, but mostly to the youth of the region who are present today, and those who are also zooming in to the session this morning. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. But at the outset, let me first of all convey the regrets from the Secretary General who was to join us in this conversation today. Today, he has similarly important duties to attend to in his mission to Brisbane over the weekend. Nevertheless, I am very pleased and honored to take the privilege of joining you at the Second Pacific Youth Summit to share some brief reflections ahead of the very full and substantive discussions that you will have over the course of the day. It is indeed gatherings such as these that really bring out innovation, perspectives, and positions that engage with and challenge the status quo. And we must protect and enhance this type of spaces and dialogues for this very reason. I believe that the most single important thing that we in our generation can do today is to help and prepare the next generation of leaders. That is all of you, all of our youth, to support your leadership journey into the future. This will also encourage those of you who are still deciding or have not yet discovered the calling to take up the baton of leadership into the future. Leadership in all sectors, but most especially in politics and business, is key. We must nurture and grow the energy, the appetite to change the world for the better, to challenge the status quo, to make a lasting difference for yourselves and your peoples. As you might have known, leaders in July 14 endorsed the 2050 strategy. I am confident that we will work together as a region, as crop agencies, as governments, to ensure the appropriate implementation of the strategy. Forum leaders have called this our blueprint for regionalism to guide how we shape and progress the collective priorities of ourselves as the Forum family. This strategy articulates our leaders' vision for the region. It reaffirms the values and the strength of us as a collective. It cements our collective commitments to the 2050 ambitions and draws on the 7 vibrant and important thematic areas. This is the North Star, our way forward, and the onus is on us, all of us, leaders of today and future leaders in this room and joining us virtually. But it is, of course, a time that is also filled with challenges. But we must not scale back our efforts. To the contrary, we must move forward together, work together to take on these challenges. The climate emergency that we are all faced with demands action now. Many of those who continue to pollute have failed to be as ambitious as they need to be to ensure that future generations have a future in their homelands and the islands. I welcome and encourage the strong advocacy of our youth on climate action. Indeed, we, and more importantly, you have a right to feel the frustrations. You will inherit this problem that is not of your making. Our challenge of leaders today is to leave behind a world that is suitable for our future generations. This is a global problem. But I do also recognize that we are living in a time when international cooperation has somewhat weakened, partly because of the pandemic, but because of the rise of a number of events at the global level. But this must not diminish the strong leadership and advocacy that we play at the global level to address the challenges we face as a region. We are still struggling to contain the ongoing impacts of the nuclear testing program legacy issues. Recently, the government of Japan has made a policy decision to start the discharge of ALPS treated water into the ocean. Leaders are concerned. We have, in the past 6 months, witnessed the influx of very high-level delegations to the region, to speak to the region. Interest in the region is peaked at this very moment. Whilst we must be cautious, there are also opportunities, and we should work our way through those and leverage off those opportunities. sea level rise as an issue for all of us. The potential risk to the security of maritime boundaries, the baselines, is a problem for all of us. Noting the amount of revenue generation that countries in the region bring in from oceanic resources. But in that spirit, I welcome the very focused dialogue today, because none of the things that we talk about in the implementation of the 2050 strategy, good governance, and all of this can happen without respect for the rule of law, the elimination of corruption, respect for democratic institutions, and the like. So I look forward, and I'm glad to know that the team from the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat will be participating in the events today. I encourage you in your discussions to be constructive and be honest. And as I alluded to earlier, you are the future leaders. It is our duty to ensure that when we leave the space that we leave behind, not only a world that is fit for our future generations, but the caliber of leaders that would take our communities forward in the next generation. So with that, on behalf of Secretary General Henry Puna, who sends his best wishes, I wish you all well in your deliberations today. Naka, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary General, Pacific Islands Forum. And also noting that you were with us as well during our summit last year, which was the first summit we organized. So thank you for returning to the space. And we note the commitments that you've shared with us. And we hope that we can all discuss about this today during some very important sessions that has been planned, leading through all the way to the high-level dialogue after lunch today. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now hear from the British High Commissioner, His Excellency Dr. Brian Jones, who is become a very notable friend of young people in the region. And I'm always inspired to hear from him. And he also spoke at the recent high-level dialogue that we organized in May. So, Excellency, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's always good to be invited back after you've spoken once. Bulavanaka, and I stand on the minister's example of all other protocols observed, so I don't take too much of your time. In 1964, the Labour Party politician James Callaghan, who'd just been elected in the UK, arrived at his new desk in the office. And there was a note on the desk which said from his predecessor, "Good luck, old chap. Sorry we've left it in such a mess." And when I have the pleasure of speaking to groups of young people, I sometimes feel as if you must have the same impression about the world which my generation and the generations before have left you, that you've read that note and are seeing that it's been left in a bit of a mess. A child born in 2020 will experience in their lifetime twice as many wildfires as a child born in 1960. A child born in 2020 will experience 3 times as many crop failures as a child born in 1960, 10 times as many if you're in Mali or sub-Saharan Africa. A child born in 2020 will experience 7 times as many heat waves as a child in 1960. And they're figures from the Save the Children's recent report on children in climate crisis. So our 2-year-old sisters and daughters will live a life of much greater uncertainty than even we were blessed with and we have experienced. And that uncertainty will shape their mental well-being, their education, and their prospects in the world they live in. But there is hope The science of 1.5 degrees and our determination to maintain that, from Glasgow in COP26 through to Sharm el-Sheikh in COP27, and with the Pacific's strong voice and advocacy, gives us hope that we'll maintain that momentum to fight climate change. The world, unfortunately, is also less secure for that child born in 2020. Russia's brutal and illegal invasion of Ukraine continues to bomb indiscriminately women and children, schools and hospitals, and place more than 17 million Ukrainians in dire humanitarian need. Millions more have already left their country. Russia holds the most drought-prone and food-insecure countries at ransom by stopping Ukraine's grain exports, a problem which the United Nations is now helping to fix. A chief in Kiowa Island, close to Savu-Savu, earlier this week told me that they have to turn their generator off 2 hours earlier in the evening. And those children can't do their homework because the price of oil has gone up, again, because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In the United Nations, 143 nations voted against Russia's illegal sham referenda and attempts to occupy Ukrainian territory. Only 5 nations voted with Russia, the most despotic and desperate, a club that I would not wish to be in. But there is still hope. The rules-based system, the United Nations order and the Charter are still strong, and we are working with those 143 countries to strengthen it further. Like the climate, it's holding up. Half of the people in the Pacific are under the age of 23, which is an amazing statistic. And in all of our countries, unfortunately, it doesn't take very many hands to count how many leaders, how many MPs, how many vice chancellors are under the age of 23. Never mind how many people with disabilities under the age of 23, or how many of our LGBTQ people or women under the age of 23 are in those positions. But you all know that you don't need the title to be leaders. Your work, your attendance today, and your advocacy on transparency and anti-corruption is the foundation of leadership for a Pacific of great integrity in the future. My undergraduate university degree was in engineering, and I'll finish with a definition, if I may. As an engineer, integrity is the ability not to buckle or break when pressure is applied. So thank you for continuing to lead with integrity as the youth of the Pacific, and be sure that you have our support. Vinaka.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Brian Jones, for once again inspiring everyone this morning, and for those very precious words and statements. And we note your commitment to the project we are leading under this theme, and we hope to see you more often as we create more and much bigger spaces around this theme. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to invite Her Excellency Ms. Charlotte Darrell, the High Commissioner of New Zealand to the Republic of Fiji. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Nisampula Vinaka, Namaste, Kia ora, Noaya. Welcome, thank you for being here this morning, everybody. and it is a delight to speak. It's always a bit intimidating to speak after my very distinguished UK colleague, but let me at the outset acknowledge also our amazing minister from Tuvalu. We are incredibly lucky, I think, and blessed to have someone of his mana and wisdom talking to us this morning, a Nobel Peace Prize nominee, very deservedly so for his work on climate change in the region. For those of us that had the privilege of attending the Pacific Island Leaders Forum when it was held in Tuvalu, it was able to give us an insight into how fragile but how resilient life can be, and how determined people can be when they take control of their own destiny, despite, as my honourable UK colleague has described, a climate of never-ending and seemingly unrelenting uncertainty. And so that for me today, I think many speakers have already talked about the backbone that good governance provides, the guardrails that it provides to keep a society safe and secure. People have referenced both the Tianua Vision and the Boy Declaration. I was lucky enough to be involved in the negotiation of both of those documents, and the sorts of conversations that we had when we sat around the Pacific Island Forum table were a really acute realization that you cannot fix one part of the puzzle and expect the entire ecosystem to deliver. You have to be working on all parts at the same time, and that seems overwhelming. So what I do when I think about corruption resilience is I come back to my grandmother, and my grandmother didn't invent this saying, but I think it's useful. She always used to say to me, Charlotte, sunlight is the greatest disinfectant. Sunlight is transparency. Sunlight is openness. Sunlight is freely shared information that is available across a number of platforms. Sunlight does not have a single point. It has many points. It is inclusive. You do not get to choose on the earth who gets to experience the sun and who doesn't. So my invitation to you today as you start your summit, and I really want to pay tribute to the Students Association, to USP for organizing this, is be the sunlight. You are already the leaders of your generation. You are already global leaders. When I sit, I was talking to colleagues about New York this morning, when I sit in New York or in Geneva in my previous roles, the Pacific youth voice is loud, and it is undeniably heard in that room. So people that sit in this room, people who are sitting online, have already been change makers in the world. But why would you stop there? Because there is momentum in this region. For me, it is a continual delight. My house is literally just behind USP. And every evening I sit on my front balcony and try and get my children to control themselves at the end of a long and busy day. But I listen to the energy that sits on this campus underneath. And what I hear is people encouraging each other. Even if it's a really contested game of volleyball, because I can hear the volleyball court really clearly from where my house is, it is people egging each other on and lifting each other up. And that for me is the defining characteristic of youth in the Pacific. If you work on sea level rise, if you work on nuclear legacy issues, if you work on anti-corruption, I consistently hear you leading and reaching and pushing each other up, because there is an acute acknowledgement in this region that individual excellence on behalf of states does not reinforce the whole ecosystem. What reinforces the whole ecosystem is states working together. And when you boil it right down, Brian's already talked about the UN. The UN is a room full of people, just like this. It's not magical. It's 193 countries in a room. Everybody has a vote. Everybody has a voice. But my invitation to you today is be the sunlight. Be the sunlight that helps to continue to shine a light on the need for open, transparent, non-corrupt government that works together, that is inclusive, and that makes the most of the very, very considerable talents and depth and richness that this region has to offer the world. All the best for your deliberations, and Vinaka.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, also for giving us a new hope that, and the definition of sunlight, and for giving us the challenge to continue the momentum and for being that continuous voice that knocks on every door. And I know that once we finish today, if we don't find a door, I think we will just break down that wall. So thank you, Excellency. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this morning, for our final speaker in the opening session, we have the UNDP's resident representative, Mr. Levan Boaz. Mr. Boaz, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anit. Good morning, Bulavinaka colleagues. I'm sort of in a not an easy situation. So after so many great speakers and native speakers, and little story about me is that I started learning English when I was 21 years old. And I mean, I don't know what kind of language I speak, but certainly if I want to express myself, sometimes I'm struggling for words, especially after so many great speakers. So you can forgive me if I haven't really delivered the way I would have wanted to deliver. I have a few issues to cover. First of all, in all the protocols obviously observed, I won't mention the names, but I really want to acknowledge, to start with, the amazing performance of students and thank them for displaying the cultural heritage of the Pacific region. So it was really amazing to watch, and the energy that you put in this, it was phenomenal. So I really want to use this opportunity. Thank you. Second, I really want to put, I have, by the way, I have a speech and I can go in and read it, but I thought perhaps I won't do it this time, but at least I will make sure that I will just cover all the topics and subjects that have been put here. And then I have a bit of a difficult task to link some of the themes, like climate change and corruption, so to speak, and just make sense out of it. So let me try to do it in some logical manner. But I don't know if it could be an inspiration, but at least can provide some basis or foundation for the eventual conversations that's going to take place in the Youth Summit. And I think we all agree that starting with corruption, and then the amount of work we put as UNDP is, and by the way, for some of you who don't know, UNDP is a development, one of the development agencies of the UN system. And then we have a particular focus and corruption, and in fact, the government systems, one of the areas that we focus on in the Pacific region. We have one of the vibrant, I would say, governance programs. And then some of our development partners, they also, they sympathize with the work that we do. And then some of the partnerships that we have with development partners are in the area of governance. And then we all agree clearly that corruption is bad. You know, it's just, we all know what is corruption, but we don't really understand really, or at least we don't know the anatomy of it entirely, and how it manifests, how it affects. We can, of course, make some theories around it, but you know, when you look at it from a development perspective, it brings down development dramatically, and sustainable development that we all after. And the corruption, in fact, puts a heavy load on it, and then eventually it creates all the instabilities we can think of. And some of the examples that were shown by previous speakers, I mean, these are all can also be a result of corruptive practices that are taking place in our daily life. So we all agree clearly that corruption is bad, but when it comes to climate change now and how these are all linked, I want to just draw your attention to the aspect of climate change. That there's one aspect of climate change which we all see, which is, and it manifests really intensely and very dramatically in the Pacific region, to the point that we are even thinking or even projecting possible undesirable scenarios about some island, I wouldn't call the countries, but some of the islands disappearing from the surface because of the sea level rise and all the propagation that entails. That so when you have this side of the climate change, and then there's also another the big aspect where it is all coming from, and in fact, which is the result, as we all know, of how we as humans we live, and then how we produce, how our economies function. And if you want to achieve carbon neutral society down the line, so we have certain targets 20, 30, 40 years from now, quite a multi-generational project. We are talking about phenomenal transformation that probably hasn't really happened in our history of the humankind. So we just have to manage, and that's why we are frustrated that climate change, there is no progress on climate change as such. But actually, we have to recognize that we are talking about a massive project of a global nature, which is going to cost to the society, humanity, trillions of dollars. And these amounts of money, they have to move from countries, from sectors to another. So we have to figure out how the green economy is going to work and how we're going to make progress in this direction. We're talking about funds and monies that are of a public type, and there are private resources. We are talking about tremendous amount of money that are going to change hands, so to speak. And if you look at the possible incentives, quote unquote, for corruptions, when this amount of money is going to move. So I think we're talking about a significant risk that some of the things that we wanted to do, and some of the the public resources we wanted to invest into, say, mitigation, which is more like changing the economy, but also on the other side of it, which is very relevant in the Pacific context, which is adaptation, and where we definitely in this region we need billions of dollars. I don't know how many billion, but many billions of dollars. So we are thinking that perhaps the corruption or the incidence of it, or the incentive of corruption, could in fact be one of the yet another deterrent of the climate action to happen. So we really have to, I don't know, I don't have much science, and I Googled some research yesterday. There is much done about actual linkage between corruption and climate change, but there's not many articles you can find. Maybe there is, but at least I was not able to find. I think we really have to figure out the impact that possible corruption, or the corruption and then weak governance systems might have on climate action, both at mitigation as well as an adaptation level, and what possible deterring factor this may be in our climate action. This is the aspect and area that perhaps we would need. Academia, the youth, all the groups, the activists that to focus on, in order to make it as a subject of public debate. And then if you look at this meeting today, this is our second youth summit. At least we have been part of. It's not the only platform that we have, but I think this would be a very important area of research and sort of inquisition for us to bring this to the surface, and what actually this may mean, what the linkages there are, in order for us and for all the policymakers eventually to really make sense of it, and just identify some possible policy responses at all levels. Could it be at the country level? Could it be the regional level, or the global level, for that matter? So, and that's the reason why that such events and such gatherings are important, and why it is important such energy to be directed to issues instead of focusing on things that we know already. Of course, we all know that the climate change is part in it, how it plays in the Pacific region, but also at the same time, I think we should be able to find some, at least, solutions, some indication, some indication where the solutions there might be, and we have to be talking in a very loud voice of all the impediments that exist for climate action. And actually, there are many, let alone, and you all know, you follow all the conversations and COPs, and the one that is taking place next month, COP 27, and God knows how many COPs there are going to be. there will be still, there are, and then Brian also was clearly mentioned that there are certain developments in the world that are impediments already to climate action. But we also really have to cover all aspects, which doesn't allow the climate change to be reversed, which clearly for the Pacific region is a life, it's very important for the existence of the very existence of the Blue Pacific. And I think most of the issues have really been covered. Again, we allowed, and we really appreciate the visionary leadership that you can find in the Pacific region, and that culminated in some of the, I would say, important documents and visionary documents, and some of them were mentioned. I think most important one is 2050 Blue Pacific strategy, which all of us, we try to align ourselves with and then refer to, and the development community, the international organizations alike. There's also the important declarations that the one was, a couple of them were mentioned here. These are all they're aligning themselves. And these are vision that requires action, and that action also requires participation and involvement, and from all sides. It's not government's business, it's the business of all of us, and then clearly the youth with all the demographic picture that we have here, they're important. And just to re-emphasize once again, this is a multi-generational project, and the youth today, they are an influence on the policymakers today. However, they are going to be policymakers tomorrow. So this is the important power that the youth have, and especially in the projects of a multi-generation nature that we are all dealing with. So lastly, I'm sure I really need to say it, most of it, I mean, we support it, and we are very proud to be supporting youth movement, supporting anti-corruption movement, right to information movement. This is something that we do because, we see very clear linkage with this agenda, with the overall development agenda, a sustainable development agenda. And in this journey, we have some, as a UN, we have some trusted partners who really share this vision with us. And I really want to use the opportunity in this project in particular, and recognize the contribution and partnership that is more important than contribution and financial support of the governments of New Zealand and the government of the United Kingdom. And the partnership that clearly exists, and that's the testimony of this partnership, is that we have, also the crop agencies. I mean, we are the territory of one, but also PIFs and the other crop agencies. They've all been part of this initiative. So I really want to thank you, and my apologies if I've spoken a little longer than I was planning to. Thank you. Vinaka.
Thank you, Mr. Boaz, for connecting most of, if all, of the messages that were brought together. And I just don't think, but I think I'm confident that the voices are only going to grow stronger. And just briefly sharing before we break for morning tea, that under both the projects, the United Nations Anti-Corruption, the Regional Anti-Corruption Project, funded by the New Zealand Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and the Pacific Regional Anti-Corruption Project, funded by the government of UK. We started last year in October, and this year, this month actually marks a whole of a year for both those projects. And just yesterday, we were going over some statistics that we have given on the reportings and everything. We have, and I'm very pleased to share that we have actually impacted more than 10,000 Pacific students and youths, either directly or indirectly, through this project over a year. So I think the voice will only grow stronger, and I'm so happy that all our speakers this morning, including the Honorable Minister, who has, of course, I think gone back to his national duties, have reinforced a lot of messages. And I think, and I believe that we ought to work on those commitments. We have to come together. and we have to walk on the same footing so that we ensure that we do not leave anyone behind. But with those words, I'll hand it over to my co-host, who has one very last important thing for us before we all break for morning tea.
Ladies and gentlemen, so that concludes the morning speeches. A lot of food for thought there, so it's perfect that we have morning tea coming up. But before we do so, before I direct you to morning tea, if I could get the left-hand side of the pavilion and the right-hand side, if we could use our muscles and move closer to the middle as we're going to take a group photo, all right? So if I could ask you before we break up, if we could move forward. I'll also ask our media team, Aiden, Yash, if you could set up. We'll be taking a nice group photo so that we can remember everything that has happened today. So if you could kindly please make your way to the center, and then I will direct you for morning tea. Naka. So you can fill in those seats, any of those seats on the side, just fill in so that you can be in that space for the group photo. Also, once again, a big bulavinaka to everyone joining in from overseas, or if you're at home or in your offices. Thank you. Yes, I have them. All right, is everyone ready with your best smile? Colgate perfect smile. All right, find a spot, push in, squeeze in. All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's take another one. 3, 2, 1, cheers. 3, 2, 1. All right. I don't know if that's correct word or not. Maybe we'll take another few photos. What about a big bulla this morning? 3, 2, 1. I think we can do better than that. 3, 2, 1. That's more like it. All right, give yourselves a big round of applause. Now we move to morning tea. I would just like to ask our front row you can exit out the bottom door here. Anit and Lepani will direct you. For everyone else, you can head out through the top exit. Morning tea will be 15 minutes. So we will reconvene at 11:30, 11:30 for our workshop, first workshop of the day run by SPC. So 11:30, if we can have morning tea and be here back by 11:30, Vinaka. Also for the chief guests and special guests, there will be a 3D model by SPC right here that you can come and have a look at before you head for morning tea. Oh, sorry. Once again, for our chief guest or special guest, we have a 3D model set up here by SPC that you might want to come and have a look at whilst you have your morning tea, Vinaka.
Sound check, check, test, 1, 2. Can you hear me? I think so. Check, test, 1, 2. Sound check. Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay, cool. So I don't have to shout, I just speak. Normal, yeah. The levels up just a little bit. Hi, can you hear me loud and clear? Yeah. Welcome to this session. Okay. Put it to my call. Good morning. Morning.
Put it on this side, so it's facing the mic faces you.
Check, 1, 2. Okay. Set. Thank you. One more. Turn it off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for those who are already here and ready for the next session. Just a second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you are outside finishing your morning tea, can I ask that you kindly start making your way in for the next session, which will be a workshop hosted and run by SPC. So if you are outside and hearing this, if you can start making your way in to the theater so that we can start with the next part of our agenda today. Thank you. Maybe if I can also ask the volunteers, if you can start directing people back into the lecture theater here. Thank you. All right, just another announcement. For those of you who are finishing your morning tea, if you can start to make your way quickly back into the lecture theater so that we can start with the next part of our agenda today, which is a workshop run by SPC. So we've got a lot to do. We're running a bit behind schedule. If you could kindly make your way in so that we can begin shortly, Vinaka. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we can start, if we can make our way to our seats, please, so that we can proceed with the next part of the agenda, and we will start as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Williame. And while the last of the guests are trickling inside, actually, I think we have most of us inside. The Vice Chancellor and President, Professor Pala Luwalia, as you know, he was supposed to make introductory remarks in the morning, but he has given his apologies in the morning for not being able to join during the set time due to some other commitments that came arise. He's currently in the Solomon Islands campus in Honiara, and he has joined us. So we're very pleased to welcome you, VC, and we'll just give you the screen for your introductory remarks. Over to you, VC.
Thank you, Anit. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, sir.
Hi,
We can.
okay, thanks. So my apologies for not being able to join you at the beginning of the day. I was at the Governor General's office this morning. As you know, tomorrow is our Solomon Islands graduations. So please accept my apologies, but I always want to be at any function which our students organize. So with that, let me just begin by acknowledging first the Honorable Simon Kofe, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Justice and Communications of Tuvalu, Dr. Philemoni Manoni, the Deputy Director, Secretary General of the Pacific Islands Forum, Secretariat, His Excellency Dr. Brian Jones, the British High Commissioner to the Republic of Fiji, Her Excellency Ms. Charlotte Darlow, the New Zealand High Commissioner to Fiji, Excellencies and members of the Diplomatic Corps, Mr. Levin Boazde, the UNDP resident representative, President of USP's Student Association, Mr. Mani Mate, and of course, our youth, students, ladies and gentlemen. Warm Pacific greetings to you all from the Solomon Islands. I'm thrilled to join the USP Students Association on behalf of our university and to welcome all of you to the Pacific Youth Summit, Stepping Up for Corruption, a Resilient Blue Pacific. As you know, this is a topic which is very close to my heart as somebody who has sacrificed much to try and eliminate corruption. So I'd like to welcome those joining online from various corners of our Pacific region, especially from our USP campuses outside of Suva. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this joint initiative with our Student Association and UNDP Pacific Office, which began during last year's summit on enhancing integrity, anti-corruption, and right to information in our region, forged the idea that young people are committed to building a corruption-free Pacific, and through a series of other events leading into this year has added to the second session of this youth summit for our region. For a second year in a row, our youth have converged at an unprecedented level to engage and show their commitment shaping resilient Pacific futures. I'm extremely pleased to note that it is not just the USP working with UNDP and donor partners for this major event, but two of our major crop agencies, the Pacific Islands Forum and the SPC Pacific Community, are also with us today to forge new partnerships with young people through the University of the South Pacific. I also note that this partnership between USP and UNDP is through the linkages that USP and UNDP share when it comes to sustainable development agenda and the development issues facing our region. I think this summit is particularly key for us because it not only highlights our role as a premier education institution, but also the fact that it is very much part of our own strategic plan, which at its core is about our values, which are about ethics, integrity, accountability, transparency. And again, our student charter is very, very similar with the acronym Pacifica. It highlights so many of the issues that are germane to your discussions today. I am really supportive of the idea that this event can further develop and become a traditional Pacific youth event that can further strengthen our youth integrity movement in the Pacific and reinforce the message that the young people of the region are committed to investing in a corruption-free, environmentally and economically sustainable future for themselves and others. I think it's incumbent on all Pacific leaders to show leadership from the front and to show that it is possible to develop a corruption-free environment and to work hard as role models, not to succumb to this kind of corruption. So finally, I want to acknowledge that the project team that is implementing this summit, the USPSA Federal, have left no stone unturned in ensuring this year's summit is as successful and perhaps even grander than last year's summit. And a special thanks to the UNDP office, the New Zealand government, and the government of the United Kingdom for funding this project, and for the continued collaborative work, not just with us, but with our youth in the region as strategic partners to create safe, open, and inclusive spaces for constructive dialogue on good governance and anti-corruption. I hope that you will all truly engage with each other through genuine dialogue and use this opportunity to forge partnerships, ask critical questions without any fear, because that's what universities are meant to do, is to promote that fearless culture and to further strengthen our youth's commitment in building a resilient and corruption-free Blue Pacific. Manaka Vakalevu, Dhanyawad, and thank you again. Thanks, Anit.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor, for joining us, even though you had to run for the morning meetings, but it's really great to hear from you. And thank you once again as you depart back, and we wish you all the best for the Solomon Islands campus graduation. Thank you, Vice Chancellor.
Thank you, Anit. And sorry I have to rush out again, but I wanted to be here even just for a few minutes. So thank you very much. Right, bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for making it in here again. Without further ado, we will carry on with our first workshop of the day, A Resilient Pacific Future, which will be led by SPC. So we'll give them a big round of applause as they start. Thank you.
Naka. Hello, everyone. Oh, great. Look, I'll just wait for my team who are hiding in the wings. We are SPC. For those of you that don't know SPC, we're the Pacific Community. We're the largest scientific and development agency in the region. And one of the key messages I want to be really clear about is it's a Pacific-owned agency. It's made up of Pacific countries, members, your heads of country or foreign affairs representatives are our governing board. So it's your organization in many ways. But before I get started, I just want to introduce the team. Naomi Jackson is a coastal monitoring officer with our Geoscience, Energy and Maritime Division in Suva. Do you guys want to introduce yourself, actually? Okay, all right. Patrick Haynes is our acting deputy director for our Disaster and Community Resilience Program, and also heads up our Pacific Islands Emergency Management Alliance. All of this will become a little clearer in this session itself. Poate, I can't actually remember your title. Technical officer, who actually helps get a lot of our science and technical data from the ground. So actually running quite a lot of engineering assets to actually capture information that we can put into things that you're seeing here today. And Joseph Hing, who's our digital engagement and communications officer with the GEM division, translating science to actionable and engaging ways that people can engage and understand it. I'm Lisa Kingsbury. I'm the team leader for engagement and strategic communications with the Geoscience, Energy and Maritime Division. What I'd like to run through today is three key messages. We're very much in the resilience space, so the resilience and climate change space. And when we talk about the links with governance and the broader resilience kind of science to action and policy work, there is real leverage in these spaces for both you to get involved in actively, but also for you to know that it exists. So you can use it to inform policy. If, for example, you're moving into policy roles or working in policy roles, or working with communities, helping translate this science and data and information to community is really critical. Just give me one moment and I'll share. Okay, so in terms of our region and, for SPC, we have a certain number of country members. Like I said, your heads of state, foreign affairs, your ministers, they're the people that we work alongside. In terms of the region that we cover, it's the Blue Pacific. We hear a lot about the language of the Blue Pacific, but what is it in terms of reality around numbers and what it means? So it's 24 Pacific countries. It includes Australia and New Zealand. It is 42 million people, the entire population of the region, including Australia and New Zealand. There's 42 million square kilometres of ocean and land. And it's 30% of the world's exclusive economic zones. 30% of the world's oceanic resources is the Blue Pacific. So this region has custodianship and stewardship of 30% of our ocean. One of the other areas is we're 98% ocean and 2% land. So recognizing those linkages and the vast oceanscape that we are within is really critical. In terms of SPC, we have 14 country members, so the independent states of the Pacific. We have 8 territory members, the French territories, New Zealand territories, depending on which countries you're looking at. We also have 5 founding members. So that makes up 27 members in total. We are a membership-driven agency and we work for and alongside all of the individual areas of work that you would cross-cut in any area. We cover 22 sectors broadly. So the division that's here today is the Geoscience, Energy and Maritime division. We're the ones linked to resilience. But our colleagues in all other divisions do resilience and climate change work in other ways. So just recognizing that we're bigger than the division that is here. So when we talk around exposure and vulnerability, around climate change, disaster, resilience, the need for governance mechanisms within the resilience space, the region itself, as you know, is quite prone to disaster and at risk of the impacts of climate change. The 2021 World Risk Index has identified Vanuatu as #1 most at risk in terms of exposure and vulnerability around disaster. Solomons is ranked 2nd globally, and Tonga is ranked 3rd globally. In the top 20, however, we also have Papua New Guinea, Fiji, and Kiribati. So recognizing that the need towards resilience building in genuine, structured, sustainable ways, and actually ensuring that you as leaders, both in this space and in others, understand and recognize and link to the reality of the region is really critical. In terms of the work we do, it's really broad. So we work in earth and marine observation using satellite data to actually understand the environment and what's happening around the region. It includes things like technical assessments, using satellite data or drones to understand where a cyclone path has gone to ensure that we can support countries, to do initial damage assessments, but also to build models that you can see down here that actually help inform science to policy. We also cover disaster and climate risk management and water security. And so that can be in areas across advocacy, behavior change, understanding disaster risk, capacity building, climate change, water and sanitation, and investments in resilience. Ocean service and management, we cover things like transitioning away from fossil fuels. So moving towards electric boats in communities and testing to see what works in the region so that we don't need to be as reliant on fossil fuels. Nearly 100% of the energy, nearly 100% of the transport across the region, including maritime transport, is actually fossil fuel driven. And so transitioning the region as well as the rest of the world is really critical. So we don't end up still being reliant on fossil fuels when other countries are progressing away from it. It saves money and it obviously protects the environment. We work in women in maritime, resource management, ocean and climate monitoring, oceanography, maritime boundaries, which you'll hear a little bit more about after our presentation as well. And then we work across energy security and sustainable geo-resources. The division I represent today, one division, is made up of 130 people from various places, but the vast majority are of and from the Pacific region. About 80 to 90% of our team at all levels, senior levels, junior levels, from all ranks. Our acting director is Fijian. So recognizing career opportunities in the space as well, it is your agency, is something I want to be really clear about, and that it is an opportunity for you to connect into the resilience community. So, okay, enough on the boring slides. Let's do some of the interactive stuff. So this session, really what we want to tackle is looking at translation of science to action. So understanding the risks we face, doing vulnerability mapping, hazard mapping, understanding what that means, but then just understanding isn't enough. How does that then translate to actually people being able to understand that information? And there is a governance element in that, in terms of, you know, us translating that information to those that need it is really critical. In terms of the work we do, it allows us to actually take the science that we've developed and inform policymakers, or inform town planning, or inform better resilient actions in terms of where you build a particular building instead of building it at a risk point. And so a lot of this work informs national and subnational policy and decisions at all levels back in all of your individual homes. So to look at what that actually looks like, what we're going to do is we've got a 3D model here of the Marshall Islands. It's of the atoll of Majuro, of the bottom part where the water lens is, the Laura Islet. And it looks at wave inundation, how wave inundation impacts upon communities, as well as predicted sea level rise implications, and what that means around food security and water security and the connections around this. This type of model allows people to connect and inform decision-making around things like resilient buildings and infrastructure and how to prepare better for disaster. We'll also go through some of the early warning system modelling that is being developed and has been deployed across the region. We know that storms are getting bigger, cyclones as well, but even just offshore storms. And what's happening is that there's bigger energy in the ocean, the waves travel longer distances, and then they hit communities in low-lying environments. We can't stop those waves, but we can predict that they're coming, and we can have systems in place to make sure that communities know they can put their things away as much as they can, or they can protect their lives. These are the kind of pieces of work that this science helps inform in a genuine way. We've deployed the system into Fiji Meteorological Service, and we're working in Tuvalu, Kiribati and the Marshall Islands with similar systems. But then in terms of the practical element of that around disaster risk management and all of the work that happens in disaster risk management, looking at some youth pathways and career pathways into the resilience sector as really practical and tangible ways to look at the sector itself. So what I'll do is hand over to my colleague Naomi, who will take us through the atoll model. And please, there is time for questions in our session. Put your hand up. If some of you want to come down and look at the model and, you know, get hands-on with it, feel free. We'll also show it up on the screen if you would prefer to stay in your seats. Naomi.
Hey, can you hear me? Hi, everybody. Okay. Okay, good there. Please, if any of you would like to just volunteer to come down and have a look at the model, then I'm going to present to everybody else that's there. So feel free, don't have to be 10 staff. It's okay, you can come down. It's just a model. Any volunteers, feel free to walk on down. Any volunteers? The advantage is you get to be right in front of it. The rest of us, you will just see whatever we can on the screen. Nice. Come on, give a hand clap to them that are volunteering. Woo, they did a good job. Great. Even get to take a selfie with them for free. All right. Thank you. Anyone from Marshall Islands? Here, just give a wave if you are. Anyone's been to the Marshall Islands? Yeah, come on, you can give us a wave so we at least know that we're talking to some people. Everyone seen a picture of the Marshall Islands or on the map? Awesome. Good to know that we can all be, okay, can you see it clearly? Yeah. Even for those that are, if you're online, having questions, please feel free. Yeah. What we're looking at right now is a part of Marshall Islands. This part of Marshall Islands, this atoll actually is called Majuro, and in Majuro there's, if you've seen Majuro, there's like a long strip of thin part of the island. This is the widest part of the island. So to walk across is about 1 to 1.2 kilometers across. So those standing right in front of it can really see it. Has about a 2,000 to 2,500 population just on this part of the island. That's not the whole of Majuro, just on this part of the island. On this part of the island, they have high schools, they have their council buildings, they have their churches here, they have one, you know, all that we could think of, most of it, sorry, on this part of the island. Their farms, they have Pulaka farms. They have their main, one of the main things that I'll talk about today is their main water resources are sitting on this part of the island. Now, we're gonna put up the yellow, you've got the points up, yeah. Okay, it's not really clear here, but if you see it on the model, there are yellow points that you can write. Thank you to whoever's doing that. The yellow points represent the monitoring bores that are here, that are on this part of the island. And why are we concentrating only on water? Because this is the main part of the island that holds the largest area of their fresh groundwater. Yeah, groundwater resource. And so on this with this monitoring bores, they're able to see where their fresh water lie, and they have their water lenses. So if you can see clearly, this is the only area that they could really have fresh groundwater. Majuro, they harvest rainwater for drinking. They have other ways that they could have clean water, but the water that we're looking at today is mainly focusing on water that they can use for cooking and washing. Now, with this kind of information and the science that we have and what we do as a team, we're able to also help these kind of communities know where they should place their main water systems on the island. So with that, they're able to see location. You can't see the contours properly, but if you can, the darker blue contour represent the thicker depth of the waterlands. So with the studies that we do, we notice that to this part of the island, they have about 17 to 25 meters of fresh water sitting on top of the salt water. And so they're able to extract fresh water from there that they can distribute onto the island. So with the studies that we do, we're able to also locate where they can place their main pipes in order to distribute it. We have the pipes located. It's also, the colors are not showing so clearly, but if you can see these crosses on the screen here, they represent where they put their pipes. Water is extracted from underground and then it's distributed to the treatment plant and then out to their communities, or to their desal plants and then out to the communities. This is quite critical for them because they depend on this water to be able to do cooking, washing, sanitation, and anything around fresh water. Now, these communities are prone to, they are exposed to coastal hazards. They're exposed to sea flooding, exposed to flooding that can happen on your shores, on the coastal areas. We've created models to show us what type of events that can happen, that could be, showing them already what risks they have in their communities. Mind you, it's not only happening here in Marshall Islands. We only are showing this because we have the data, we have the resources available to do it for Marshall Islands. This can also be done for any other country that if provided they have the resources and the data. So I'm going to show you now what coastal flooding would look like for this community, a 1 in a 10-year event. When I'm saying 1 in a 10-year event, it means this event can happen once in the period of 10 years. The event could happen once in a period of 25 years, in a period of 50 years, and 100 years. And so if you can see the lighter colors towards the shore here. I'm sorry if you can't see it clearly, but that's an event showing inundation, flooding going inland, sea flooding inland for a 1 in a 10-year period. You already start to see that the buildings in red, the schools, the infrastructure on the coastal area are already at risk. This is just by being able to visualize the data. Taking into account, this is not including sea level rise, just normal conditions, king tides, strong winds, pushing offshore waters inland, and being able to see So, yeah. So this data that we have, the science that we have, and all that we've produced in here goes back to the countries. Now it's upon the countries and how they take this kind of information and are able to implement, how they build up, rebuild, or how they're going to respond to disasters, or to the disasters as such, hazards as such. What we're able to do within is provide them science, and also provide them information on what they could do with this kind of data. And yeah, right now is providing them info that we have.
Yeah. So broadly speaking, and as SBC, we represent a regional organization, and so data like this is sovereign. It depends on what your sovereign choices are at sovereign level, and we respect and work alongside that sovereignty. We're intergovernmental, so we're kind of regional civil servants in terms of this work. One of the examples of this, so this model, we were able to use this really high resolution data called LiDAR data, which is this huge drone that gets super high resolution data. It's really expensive. And so to get the data, it can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. In the Marshalls, we were able to get this data using project funding and partnerships to get access to this expensive data. The reason I say this, though, is it costs around $400,000 of investment to get the LiDAR data using this technology. It's now informing $60 million worth of infrastructure investment and decisions and projects that the country is driving around adaptation mechanisms for climate change or preparedness for disaster. We've also worked on different but similar, depending on the countries, in places such as Vanuatu. So in Tanna, in Lenakel, and also in Vanuatu in Lakatoro, we did wave modelling around tsunami risk and wave inundation risk modelling around areas where towns were going to be built, or where communities wanted to build new towns or expand on existing towns. As a result, the Department of Urban Affairs and Planning in Vanuatu realised there was a few risk points with some of where that inundation flooding could go. So they've moved the planning around future infrastructure to actually ensure that we're looking at future predictions and making those planning decisions now that ensure that community infrastructure, people's water sources are as protected as possible. And so using that information to inform policy in genuine ways. There's other examples across the region, but it's a national level decision. There is, before we move on to the next slide, there is, if you scan the QR code, hopefully it works in such a big level version. We're not sure if it will, but give it a shot. There's a briefing piece of science and information in there that's more broad than Marshall's, particularly, that talks around this science and how it informs decision making and gives you access to some additional information. If you have any other questions or you want other information, we'll be around at lunch. So please, come and grab us and we can direct you. Oh, there's one more question up the back.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation and the elaborate description of the science. My question is targeted, apart from the natural impacts of these disasters, would there be any human-induced effects that contribute to these natural disasters apart from the climate? Human-induced that impact?
Yeah, definitely there would be, human-induced impacts with this kind of hazards. But for what we've modeled and what we've done right now is looking at offshore water levels, looking at tides, looking at the king tides, and information just around oceans and its impacts on the community. So right now it's just data around oceanography data. Yeah.
Thank you.
Um, Thank you so much. My question is regarding to science. Thank you so much for elaborating on the model that you have here in front of us. Just I wanted to ask, is there a connection between SPC and the UN? Was there a proposal for such model? I feel this model must be implemented in all the Pacific countries because we are vulnerable. We have the largest oceans. And I feel that it is time for all the Pacific Island countries to get this model. I'm just suggesting, but I'm so thankful that you were able to elaborate on the fact that 70% of fresh water on top of salt water with science, that's ridiculous. And with that model, I've took up science. I'm also doing environmental studies, and yes, I can testify that that model is helping, but unfortunately you're using it only in Marshall Islands. It will be grateful and we would be honored if this is also done in all other Pacific countries. Thank you.
Can we get a round of applause for that, please? We agree completely. So this is a brand new model. It's taken us about 3 years of campaigning to make this happen. What I will say though is baseline data is what we need and what is critical to inform this. And like I said, LiDAR data, which is our most accurate baseline data at present, is only accessible for a very small amount of countries in the region. We've just managed to have a partnership to do a lot of it in Tonga, Vanuatu, Marshalls, Tuvalu. And so there is some capacity for us to do these kind of models, and we're looking at how we do that moving forward. So I appreciate the feedback. However, we need to understand our risk and vulnerability genuinely before we make it into a model like this. And at the moment, we don't have enough information to do that because it's expensive and we need people to invest and recognize the priority. SPC are leading the development of a program called Digital Earth Pacific, which is in early stages at the moment. But it basically is a partnership with what's called the Planetary Computer by Microsoft. And it accesses all of the satellite data globally, and it compresses decades of freely available satellite data with data sets like the LiDAR data that we put into this cube, basically like a supercomputer, and it spits out information that targets particular areas. The areas that we're testing at the moment are things like understanding weather and drought risk in Vanuatu. And so a satellite could actually capture that and provide analytical data that's actionable immediately. We're not there yet, but there is progress happening towards that. And I really do encourage, for those of you that are interested or working in these areas or engaging, there is internships. Tomasi, who had to unfortunately leave, is one of our interns, who's now one of our senior officers. The director of the division, the acting director of the GEM division, started in SPC 25, 30 years ago as an intern in water and sanitation. She's now the acting director of the entire division. There is real opportunities for Pacific students, youth at all levels. So, you know, if this is something you're interested in, come and talk to the team, tap on the door. There is opportunities that we're really trying to open up more and more. There is also in the room, I saw him earlier, Sevaloni, who's with the Pacific Resilience Partnership. He's the youth ambassador for the Pacific Resilience Partnership, and it has a really incredible youth network that drives outcomes into the regional and global resilience mechanisms. And so I'd really encourage you to have a chat with him and engage and connect, because things like that in an outcome statement drive a level of commitment at a higher level. And it's that governance mechanism coming in. What I might do is, I know there's a few other questions in the room. We might just hold questions until the end and just go through the next presentation and then ask if there's any other final questions. I can see you in the front, so don't worry, I'll come back to you immediately after Patrick's presentation. I'll hand over to Patrick. He's our acting director for our disaster program. He's going to take you through some disaster risk management work.
Thanks, Lisa. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't have any supermodel to show you this afternoon, but I've got, I'm discussing a point that's very important because it goes back to Asenada's point about, so what do we do with these sort of models? Where do we take it into that policy space? So I'm going to touch a bit about the work that the Pacific Communities Geoscience, Energy and Maritime Division through the Disaster and Community Resilience Program is doing across our member countries, and that's around capacity development. Now, capacity development has been happening for so long. Out in the Pacific, you'll see people going to workshops, going to meetings, training programs, people flying in, flying out. A lot of the time, a lot of the skills that we pick up, we don't really get to practice. We don't really get to implement. A lot of the stuff that we get taught is either too foreign to us. The stuff that we're being taught is not applicable to our region. It's taken from Africa or taken from Asia or other areas that are just so vastly different to the Pacific. So one of the things that we've been doing over the past few years in SPC has been really about how do we build a more sustainable capacity development model that's fit for purpose, that is contextualized to the Pacific, so that people that undertake it do really understand the stuff that we're trying to get across to them. So taking stuff from Australia and New Zealand, which are in our backyard, but are vastly different from our countries themselves, breaking that down into chewable bites, breaking that down into a level that's more applicable to the Pacific. So making it as simple as possible so that when people do undertake it, they do understand what it means, because we put in the Pacific scenarios, we put in the Pacific terminology, and we put in the Pacific arrangements that exist within your own countries. Now, all of these countries, yes, we might call ourselves a region, but each country has their own nuances when it comes to disaster risk management and disaster management. And so one of the things that we are trying to do is bring everyone's capacity to a certain level. So standardizing training across the Pacific. And by doing this, we're hoping that we're going to professionalize the sector and provide a pathway so that when, future leaders such as yourselves will choose disaster management as a career path and not just look at, being a lawyer or being a doctor, but there is pathways in terms of disaster risk management so that it improves across the Pacific. So we take stuff that Naomi presented earlier and we turn that into policy using our disaster risk management capacity. Now, during COVID, a lot of things happened. Our countries went into lockdown and it presented a lot of heartache for a lot of families and the likes. But for us in the Disaster Community Resilience Program, we saw it as a real opportunity for the Pacific, because it forced our countries into actually looking within rather than looking always outwards. We're always relying on people to come in and help us. We're always relying on international people to come in and help us. It's about time, and we know that there's people in the Pacific that have the skills and the knowledge to actually run with responses. So for us during COVID, it was really interesting to see how the countries coped and whether they were going to cope. And I'm really pleased to see that a lot of our countries survived. And that was through using resources within the countries to actually manage the crisis. Not only COVID, but also for some of our countries, ongoing disasters, cyclones and the likes did not stop because COVID was around. We still had to manage TC Harold. We still had to manage floods, droughts, everything else that's thrown at us in any given year. So while everyone was kind of busy and everyone was locked down, we took it upon ourselves to develop some online courses. One is around the Pacific Incident Management System. One is working in emergency operation centers. Can I get a raise of hand how many people have actually been in a response setting in your own countries? quite a few. Has anyone ever worked in the emergency operations center? Yeah, nice. So really, what we did there was we took the Australian incident management system, all their material, we took it into SPC and we broke it down. We took away all the irrelevant bits for the Pacific and we built something that was contextualized to the Pacific. So it had Pacific arrangement, Pacific terminology. We put some scenarios in there around that happened in the Pacific. So the oil spill in Solomon Islands is in there and some other scenarios. And we actually built this and put it on SPC's Moodle platform. We also developed an Emergency Operations Center awareness program that you can actually do. Now, these courses are free and available to anyone to do. So you yourselves can register for these courses. And Lisa's got the link to those courses. We're also developing another 7 modules that will go on the SPC platform that relate to disaster management that are also built for the Pacific, so fit for purpose for the Pacific, talk about arrangements in the Pacific and really resonate and relate to people that undertake it from the Pacific. We're in negotiations with USB at the moment to have these courses available on the USB Moodle platform so that you can actually go in and if you're interested, go in and take a look, register, try and complete the course. You never know, the next response, you might be called into the Emergency Operations Center to play your role. So having a basic awareness of how that space operates, the different functional teams, as I've got down here, the functional teams that exist within an Emergency Operations Center, how they function, how each one of them, the roles and responsibilities that they have. And these obviously change within in our respective countries, but there's a general kind of rule around how it all comes together. We've also just recently partnered with the USP TAFE and the Education Quality and Assessment Program in SPC to develop the first certificate in disaster risk management that focuses on team leadership. That is now available on the curriculum through USP TAFE. And there are partners like SPC and others that are available to fund people that that want to take part in this course. It's a cohort based, and so if you can gather as many as, I think there's a minimum of 20 people, you can find someone to fund it, you're able to undertake that course. It's about a 7-month to a year course that has an inbuilt workshop as well. And some of our programs are running those, helping run those as well. We realize that diversity in disasters is very important. So what we've done is come up with a bit of a strategy that helps the project in terms of helping it in all its activities, ensuring that there's that diversity. Because I think it's important, and we've seen a lot of literature and a lot of evidence that diversity in disasters really helps the response. So one of the things, one of the big questions is around, so why do we do this? Why are we looking at sustainability? Why are we looking at investing in national systems, national people? And I think one of the things that resonates with me is that it's about time the Pacific really stood up and took account for itself in being able to help itself. Building the capacity at the national level really then improves responses. It improves our planning, it improves our preparedness. We have the context, we have everything that's required to actually run with these, how we prepare, how we plan, and how we respond in our countries. We have a lot of our speakers at the start of the session spoke about the Boy Declaration. Through our partnership with the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat, we've developed what we're calling the Pacific Strategic Roadmap for Emergency Management, which is a guide to realizing one of the visions of our leaders, which is to develop a humanitarian assistance and disaster relief mechanism for the Pacific that sees the Pacific people being able to respond and help each other out in times of crisis. whether it's in a security setting or whether it's in a disaster setting. So one of the things that we are doing in partnership with our crop agency colleagues here at I.T.S is looking at how we can support this. Now, this all links back to what we're doing at the national level. If we can get it strong at the national level, it's easier to bring it up to that regional level and see a pool of people that are trained and are able to be used in terms of getting across to other countries to help out during a disaster response, so that we're not always relying on internationals to come in and run those responses, but we're actually sharing the resources that we have in the region to actually be able to do that from a regional perspective. Thanks, Lisa. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. So look, we have a lot more information. Please come and talk to us at lunch. We're getting a shuffle on in terms of the timing. So your question, we can hold until lunch if that's okay with you. Please come and have a chat to the team. We mentioned things like human-induced hazards. You know, that's the link. You know, making sure that disaster isn't just about our disaster risk and our climate risk. It really is looking at the entire holistic approach, but recognizing as a key message from everyone in this presentation that if we don't know our vulnerability, we can't inform the right decisions in a lot of cases. And so understanding that entire element helps improve those governance mechanisms that we've spoken about this morning. Thank you on behalf of our whole team at SBC. Thank you for the time and for having us today. And please let us know if you have any questions at all. Banaka.
Thank you very much, Lisa and the team from SPC. We will now go straight into the Pacific Islands Forum Talanoa session on a safe and secure Blue Pacific. And to facilitate this session, we have Michael here with me, who is going to lead this session. And while Michael is setting up, oh, that's charge out. So Michael will talk about the Boy Declaration, the Tinawa Vision. I think we have heard a lot of time the word Tinawa Vision, 2050 Blue Pacific strategy that we mentioned early in the morning. So I think it's going to build up and tie to the speeches from the morning. Please feel free to engage with Michael as he shares, and Michael is the Regional Security Advisor at the Pacific Islands Forum.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. I know lunch is right around the corner. I was already a bit daunted by giving a 12 o'clock slot, but a 12:48 slot is absolutely terrible. So I'll be really quick. As Anit mentioned, my name is Michael Crow. I'm the Regional Security Advisor at the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat, a job which I'm absolutely honoured to be able to take up, and it brings me back here to my beloved islands. I always say, whilst my skin developed and grew in Southwest Victoria and Australia, my heart and soul truly developed here in the islands region. As I said, I'm the Regional Security Advisor. We work on supporting the region to come up with collective policy to deal with security concerns that affect the region. We're majorly, you've heard a number of our significant policy and strategy documents mentioned so far in the last few hours, and I'll go into a little bit more detail on three of those in particular. Firstly, the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent you've heard about. It was launched very publicly in July by leaders at the Forum Leaders meeting, and it provides the leaders' vision for the future of our great Pacific Blue continent. Within that vision, we've broken it down into, okay, look, skip forward a little bit. Go on, keep going. Right, leave it on that. if we can leave it on that, that'd be good. Thanks. I'll spare you the other 125 slides I had prepared. But it breaks it down into 7 thematic areas. And the one that I look specifically at is the peace and security thematic area. And within that, our leaders have painted out a vision for where we want to be as an island region by 2050. And our ambitions set out in 4 key sentences that I've put out behind us here. It's where we can live in peace and harmony, and the peoples of our Blue Pacific continent can prosper in a stable environment. It's where we work together, unified, country beside country, community beside community, and individuals all working together in a coordinated manner to be able to achieve our vision, to be able to achieve peace and work together to do so. And then finally, to make a contribution to global peace and security. And that's where I want to talk a little bit more about shortly. We don't have quite as many members as SPC, but we still cover a lot of the Blue Pacific continent. Oh, I've gone the wrong way. I'll skip over that. One key thing that we here in the Pacific region do is we recognise an expanded concept of security. When I go to security conferences around the globe representing the Pacific Island Forum, everyone wants to talk to me about state-to-state security, about grey boats and grey planes in the sky, about threats in the South China Sea, about the war in Ukraine. And I always have to remind them, as does the rest of the Pacific Island Forum and our leaders, that that is not what causes insecurity for Pacific Island peoples, right? As we've heard earlier, the single greatest threat to the security of Pacific Island peoples, as you all know so well, is our rapidly changing environment. It's sea level rise, it's increasing large extreme weather events and the like. And we continue to take that message so that when people want to talk to us about security, they talk to us about our most priority security concerns. And that's essentially what our leaders spelled out through the Boy Declaration on Regional Security in 2018. I want to highlight some of this slide. While at the forum we are primarily a political and economic policy-making body, we stimulate action because that's how we actually drive change. Here in the top left, I'll highlight that our current forum chair, Fiji Prime Minister Bainimarama, in response to so many questions that we were getting earlier this year about geopolitical competition in our region, highlighted back to that journalist, but that was echoed throughout the globe, that this stuff means less than little to those communities across the Pacific who have water lapping at their doorsteps. And I like to remind everyone of that phrase. I think it really captures what we at the Pacific Island Forum are doing for our members, and that's unifying our voice. So I'm going to skip over some of this stuff just in the interest of time. Now, the theme of today's discussions is obviously more about anti-corruption. And I want to highlight some of the phrases that we have in the Te Anua vision, which you've heard mentioned, that really describe that nexus between our security and our well-beings, our ability to prosper as Pacific Island peoples, and that anti-corruption campaign. And it says it pretty well here. All of our progress and aspirations for a peaceful, harmonious, and prosperous Pacific cannot be realised unless we address corruption. Corruption bleeds resources out of our governments. It undermines confidence that investors have in our region, that we, the citizens of the Pacific, have in our governments and our leadership. And it undermines our trust in our leaders, in our public officials, in our governments, to be able to deliver on security that we need to be able to prosper and live our lives as we hope. The TNOA vision, I won't read through this. There's far too much in there to cover now, but I just wanted to share that as an example. I encourage you all to go back and have a look at the TNOA vision in your spare time, because it really does spell out how, as a region, we want to work together to read this out. And it highlights that commitment that our leaders have made, that which we need to hold them to account to rid our region of corruption. As I said, not only do we develop policy at the Pacific Island Forum, we make plans to ensure that that policy is translated into action. And at the moment, we are developing an implementation plan for the TNOA vision, which will be put in front of members and hopefully endorsed in the coming couple of months. While that draft is still being discussed, we're very likely to see a range of actions that are already included in the TNOA vision, which leaders have already subscribed to, such as those sort of listed behind me: combating money laundering, developing leadership codes, codes of conduct, national anti-corruption strategies, providing open access to government information and government decision-making processes, etc. Just as our High Commissioner from New Zealand said this morning, it's about creating this system of processes and accesses for the public to shine that sunlight onto practices. I'm going to cut this short now because, as I said, I don't want to get in the way of your lunch. It wasn't that long ago that the Pacific Island region was referred to as predominantly as small island developing states. And we realize that that's not a very nice way to be talked about. Okay, it undermines the leverage and power that we actually have as the Blue Pacific continent, as the Pacific Islands region. So not that long ago, we've reframed that discussion. We're now very confidently known as the Blue Pacific continent. As we saw in those maps that our colleagues from SBC highlighted earlier, we, within our membership, own or have access to and rights for 20% of the world's surface. It's enormous. You think of the amount of drinking water that comes through the Pacific Island region, through that hydrological cycle. The world relies on us for that water. They rely on a healthy Pacific region for that water, for their drinking, for their basic sustenance. The world eats the fish that swim through the Pacific Island region, and we are the custodians of that resource. And just of late, we've seen, as we released the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent in New York last month, again, Prime Minister Bainimarama, the chair of the forum at present, went one step further and highlighted to the United States, to our other partners, that we are not just the Blue Pacific continent, we are an oceanic superpower. As I said, we're custodians of this region that we live in. And earlier I highlighted that point where our leaders have agreed that ambition for the Pacific region is that we are contributing to global peace and security. And we're doing so in many ways. We have already. Does anyone know what this flag on the bottom left is? The NTSA, the Niue Treaty Subsidiary Agreement flag. And that flies on vessels that are undertaking surveillance and monitoring of fisheries resources across the region. It's revolutionary, without a doubt, and it's only happening here in the Pacific. No other region in the world protects their fisheries resources like the Pacific Islands does, and the whole globe benefits from us doing that. On the bottom, in the middle there, taking a screenshot of where our Secretary General, Henry Puna, was engaged in fairly sensitive discussions with colleagues from Japan on that Alps treated water issue that was discussed earlier. We as a region are very united that we don't want any of that rubbish in our oceans. You can't take it out once it's already in. The Pacific Island region was absolutely key to ensuring that SDG 14 on oceans was included in that whole list of sustainable development goals. They tried to take it out. And through those negotiations, the Pacific Island region, united, ensured that it was in there and highlighted the fact that the rest of the world, as I was just saying, needs healthy oceans, not just Pacific oceans, but all oceans, and they can follow our lead. And just at the top in the middle there, we've got our Secretary General, Henry Puna, representing the region at the COP26 conference last year, where Pacific Island countries took some of the strongest targets in the world to that meeting to ensure, well, to make best efforts to ensure that the strongest targets possible were reached at those meetings. Now, in leaving, this is my last slide, I promise. I just want to reiterate what our Deputy Secretary General said this morning, that you are the leaders of the world, you're the next generation, and it's incumbent on us, the current ones, with responsibility to ensure that you are well equipped, knowledgeable and prepared to take on the baton of leadership at all levels of society. As I said, we're the oceanic superpower. We're going to continue to tell the world that and make sure they understand why we use that term. And in doing so, do our very best to promote the peace and security of the Pacific region on our terms, addressing our priority security concerns. So I'll leave you with that message, and the challenge is now on you to figure out where you fit in taking this vision forward and helping the whole region reach that 2050 vision that our leaders have set for us. The world needs us. Thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we can give Michael from I.T.S another big round of applause. And also to Lisa, Naomi, and the team from SPC for their presentation today. I think as Lisa said, that she will be able to answer some questions in the team. But without further ado, I can hear your stomachs are rumbling as well. Just an announcement before we go for lunch. If you check the agenda in front of you, there is a high-level policy dialogue happening at 2. So if I can kindly ask you, I know the tea was so good that we took 40 minutes. It was breathtaking, but if we can cut the lunch short, if we can all be back here by 1:45 so that we can welcome our speakers who are going to be coming at 2, and we can start and then carry on with the program. So 1:45, if we can be back here seated to welcome our speakers who will be coming for the next session at 2. So without further ado, lunch is outside. Please enjoy yourselves. Don't eat too much because we've still got a lot on the agenda. So enjoy lunch. 1:45, we'll see you back. Pinaka Bakalevu. if we can fill up the middle spaces. If we can fill up the middle spaces, that would be greatly appreciated. As you make your way back from lunch, once again, 2 p.m., we will have our high-level policy dialogue right here in front of you. Enjoy the rest of the break, and we'll be starting very soon. But for those of you outside, volunteers, please start gathering people to come back into the lecture here. Once again, if I can get the volunteers, if you can some of the attendees in the middle of the lecture theatre here. I don't know if anyone plays saxophone as good as this person here on the screen, but I hope you're enjoying the music and entertainment. Just another reminder, we will be having another cultural performance later this afternoon, something to look forward to. You can have a look at your agenda, which clearly states the rest of the program for this afternoon. I hope you're having a great time and enjoying yourself and taking a lot of knowledge in. We will start very shortly again. Sorry, and also just a reminder, if we can not only fill the middle areas, but the front row, just so the panelists who will be having their discussion, they can see our beautiful faces from across the Pacific. So if you're coming in, if maybe we can start filling up the front and middle rows, just for the sake of this next high-level policy dialogue that we're going to be having. So once again, thank you to my brother here, wearing a nice green shirt. He's filling it out. Be like my brother from another mother, my brother. I guess if I said I would be giving another lunch if you sit there, everyone would move, but I can't do that right now. But yes, I just appreciate those of you who can move to the front and we can fill up this space. We'll start very thank you everyone for making it in right before 2. We're just waiting. Why don't you give yourselves a round of applause? Yeah. Why not? Today is the day. I was going to preach there, but we'll save that for later. We're just waiting for the next part of our program, the high-level dialogue to take place at 2. We're just waiting for some of our speakers to arrive. So I thank you for coming early. In the meantime, please just wait around for a second. If you need to use the bathrooms, you can use them outside. If you need to take a smoke break or whatnot, but we will be starting very shortly with the rest of the program. If you haven't seen the program, once again, in the packages, in the bags provided to you, a program there for your entertainment and perusal. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for coming so early. We hope you enjoyed the lunch and that you are quite full. We are still waiting on a few of our speakers, so I just ask if you can sit patiently. But in the meantime, like I prepared some trivia questions in the morning just to get us through a bit of a break, I've got some more trivia questions now, okay? So this is once again just a little test to make your brains wake up a bit, maybe some general knowledge that you know or you don't know or you have no idea. But once again, I'll just be reading out the question. You can have a think with the person on your left and right, and then maybe you'll gain some knowledge during this trivia. All right. So are we ready? Oh, my brother. Are we ready? All right, that's exciting. Come on, let's wake up. Let's wake up. All right. Number one. This is an animal question. Some animal lovers in the house tonight. Anyway, the first question. The cassowary bird is native to which countries/region? The cassowary bird, spelled Cassowary. Cassowary. Cassowary, no worry. Cassowary. So you have a think, the cassowary bird. Have you ever heard of it? Maybe you have one as a pet. I would be very afraid. They can be deadly animals. So the cassowary bird is native to which country's region or / regions? Any takers? A brother in the red? He said Queensland. Are you a Maroon supporter? All right. Well, my brother is kind of right. Oh, my sister over here. Do you have an answer for that?
Northern Australia.
Wow. Northern Australia. All right. So I want to take a poll. If you make some noise if you agree with Queensland. Oh, Isa. Okay, make some noise if you agree with Northern Australia. All right, that is correct. So it goes to my sister over here. The cassowary bird is native to Northern Australia and parts of Papua New Guinea going across to Indonesia. I wish I could bring up a picture of a cassowary bird, but it's like an ostrich with black feathers. It's very dangerous. That's all you need to know. All right, this is now a geography question. Question number 2. Any geography buffs? Anyone studying geography here? Oh, okay. We have one person, really? Is that the whole school of geography? Okay, well then you have to get it correct. All right, so this is a geography question. If I refer to the capital Zagreb, the capital of a country Zagreb, I hope I'm saying it correctly. Zagreb, which country am I referring to? So have a think, Zagreb. Next to Lambasa, behind Savo that way.
It's in Croatia.
Okay, all right. Let's give him a round of applause. That's right. Zagreb is the capital of Croatia. Maybe next time you give me some warning so I know that his answer is coming. But that is the king of geography. All right. Right. I said a currency question in the morning. So a currency question. I think I referred to Rand. Anyone remember the 3 countries that the Rand is used in? Oh my God, that sounded like mumbles. Hands up for one of the countries. There's 3 of them. South Africa? Namibia, last one? sorry, Eswatini. Eswatini, that's correct. So Eswatini, that's the first time I've heard of a country named Eswatini. I think tomorrow we're all going to get our passports. Vondo Basi, go to Eswatini. Yeah, that is correct. So the third question I had, in this country, oh wait, I'll rephrase it this way. Sorry, in this country, they use this type of currency. It's called the real. Real. So don't shout it out, real. This country, they use the currency real. Don't shout it out. Have a think. Not Real Madrid.
Saudi Arabia.
Is she correct? What did you say again? Saudi Arabia. Let's give her a big round of applause. So the real is used as a currency in Saudi Arabia. Maybe some of us are going to Riyadh tomorrow. Fiji Airways direct flight. Maybe. All right, so that's the third question. Just to use this meantime before we open up with the dialogue. I'm trying to make it hard. All right, this is another geography, just the top of my head. Any geography buffs again? My brother there, maybe. If I travel to the city named Bandung, which city is that in? Bandung. B-A-N-D-U-N-G. Any takers? Indonesia, that is correct. All right, give yourselves a big round of applause. And that concludes trivia post-lunch. As we have our high-level speakers taking place. All right, if I could get your attention, we will start with this afternoon's program. Once again, welcome you back to this event this afternoon. We will now proceed with the high-level policy dialogue playing out in front of us. If we could have your attention.
All right, thank you, Williame. And just checking, Tepola, if you can switch on your camera and we can see you and hear you for testing, please. Looks like we are unable to see you, but if you could just test your audio. Could we just unmute and test once more, Tepola?
Hi, can you all hear me?
Oh, great, clearly, thank you. Right, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, pleased to welcome with me today His Excellency the Samoan High Commissioner to Fiji, Ambassador Feturi, and with me is the Ambassador of the Pacific Resilience Partnership and the Chair of the Youth Working Group, Mr. Seveluni Rokomatu, and we also have the Tongan Member of Youth Parliament, Ms. Topola Loloher. We have received just about 30 minutes ago apologies from Fiji's Attorney General and the Minister of Economy. So he apologizes for not being able to be here and canceling on the last minute. And we also received apologies from the Vice President of Kiribati from the Kiribati High Commission. They did say someone was coming, but if someone comes from the High Commission, I think they will intervene during the part where we receive questions from perspective of Kiribati. But anyways, Excellency, with the you being here, thank you for joining us, and Sevu, and Tepola, who's joining us all the way from the Kingdom of Tonga. So we'll go right into it, and since it's we wanted to start it as from a policy level perspective, we'll go to you, Excellency Ambassador Fituri, on if you can share us what are the current urgent good governance challenges do you think exists currently in our societies, in our region, given your role into the diplomatic world for a long time, and you've been involved with in the UN as well, as Samu's permanent rep as well. We would really like to hear from your perspective, especially since the morning we've heard a lot about the importance of partnerships and the fact that without good governance, values instilled into institutions, there'll be very little or no progress at all on the 2030 agenda or the 2050 Blue Pacific strategy that we now have. So over to you, Excellency.
Well, it's unusual to start a presentation with a confession, but I have one to make. I'm a last-minute substitute, but opportunities like this are rare to come by, and when they do, you grab it. So that is why I'm very privileged to be part of this Talanoa, this conversation, so that we can exchange ideas, we can change views, and benefit from each other's perspectives. So the question has been posed: what are some of the urgent good governance challenges within our societies and our region? Well, I think you have your own answer, but I think part of the challenge really is that the traditional hierarchical societies and systems, we also have customary cultural rulings versus legal systems and court interpretations. We also have to face the issues of equity, equality, and inclusiveness in policy and decision making. And sometimes it's also the use of national process and systems for ownership and drive. And then there is the holistic, whole of common approach versus tailor-made and localized methodology for relevant solutions. Of course, this morning we heard about the existence of corruption. So there are corrupt practices, and there is also the need for transparency and accountability. And I think the other challenge is the equal application of the rule of law, no matter a person's status and standing politically, socially, and economically. I'll go further than that and say that good governance depends on more than the establishment of national institutions, the enactment of laws and regulations, and being a state party to international and regional or sub-regional treaties and conventions. Good governance and the full observation of democratic rules require a socio-political culture in which citizens are actively engaged and where institutions are accountable. Put simply, good governance demands a strong sense of responsiveness and commitment to serve the general faithfully, the governed faithfully. It is linked to genuineness and sincerity to see positive results for the common good with no hidden agendas and ulterior motives for personal gains. Good governance and stemming out of corruption will only succeed if we have leaders at all levels of society, starting from the grassroots level right to the national level, be it in the family home, the church, Sunday school, youth groups, university associations, women's committees, village councils, civil society organizations and NGOs, private sector, right up to the national planning levels, including the three branches of government. Good governance will only be achieved and realized if leaders of all these levels of society govern with integrity, humility, trustworthiness, and incorruptibility. I repeat, govern with integrity, humility, trustworthiness, and incorruptibility. Importantly, and thankfully, these traits cannot be taught in a classroom. They cannot be purchased. or inherited. We are born and gifted these attributes. No, because just imagine if that was the case, then only the educated elite and a privileged few with the means and connections will have the monopoly of these attributes. That will truly become an exclusive club. Coincidentally, just sitting there and I was looking at the motto of your USPSA as captured in the acronym Pacifica, also cherish these traits like integrity, inclusiveness, accountability, aspirations, family, and of course, our Pacific region. So as to the second, no, I'll wait until we get to the second question. Okay. Or do you want me to go? Okay. Well, while I have the mic, in terms of what role do you see Pacific youth play in shaping a corruption-free Pacific? Well, good luck, because the corrupt will always, it's part of we can aspire to try and minimize it, but we can never have a corrupt-free society. I think, personally, I think no, it's awareness raising activities and advocacy targeted at young people, generating community responsibility among youth, and encourage action on how to prevent corruption like we are doing now. That's why we are here. We want to find ways of how to try and minimize corruption. There is also the need for capacity building and enhancing the knowledge base and appreciation of youth of the importance and the crucial role that they can play to promote a corruption-free environment. Peer learning and sharing of good practices and success stories which can be emulated. Now to our Pacific youth, wherever you are joining from, either in person here or virtually, I offer some unsolicited advice as food for thought and for your personal reflection, not as a High Commissioner or a common representative, but simply as a parent, as a Samoan father and grandfather, a proud Pacific Islander, and a truly humbled and privileged product of our University of the South Pacific. You can't practice good governance if you do not first master self-governance. Charity starts at home, and you have to walk the talk and lead from the front and don't want to be led. You cannot be an advocate of change if you do not first have a change of mentality, a change of behavior, then you can change the world. Good governance is a prerequisite for stopping corruption and should be addressed at all levels of society, as you can never have a corrupt-free world without good governance. And let's be clear on one thing. Please, you are not leaders in waiting for tomorrow, because tomorrow never comes. You are already leaders now and in your own right. Be a leader in your own family, in your own class, in your association, in your sports club, in your executive committees, in your choir, and the list goes on. You don't have to wait to be a prime minister, a judge, a paramount chief, a teacher, or a lecturer to be a leader. While we may not be able to fully rid our world of corruption, as the leaders of today, you must take the lessons learned from yesterday, change, adapt, and mold them today for the betterment of tomorrow. Charity begins at home, but a new change starts and begins with you. Are you up to the task? Whawhetai and God bless.
Thank you, Excellency High Commissioner Feturi. That was, I think, not a better way to, couldn't find a better way to start off the discussions around this topic today, especially after so long presentations we had from SPC, and then PIFs rounded it up with the building a safe and secure Blue Pacific. They presented on the Boy Declaration, the Tinawa vision, and the ambitions of the 2050 strategy, and how governance fits into it. And I think the society aspect and the family aspect and the personal reflection aspect that Your Excellency you brought in is very much relevant. And I think you have given all of us a lot of food for thought. And I hope that thought turns into a question soon when we arrive to the Q&A. But continuing our line of questions, we will go to the Kingdom of Tonga. Miss Lolo Hair Tepola is very beautifully smiling all the way from the Kingdom of Tonga. And we'd love to hear from you, Tepola, your views about some of the current or urgent challenges around good governance you think exist around you as a young person, as a youth parliamentarian. Over to you, Tepola.
Thank you, Amit. I hope you all can hear me. Okay, Malo Aputo. So my respect to each and everyone who's joining the Pacific Youth Summit of this year. Also, I will move on to the question. I will answer this question from my view as a youth member and as a female around my society in my region. Improving governance in our societies is constrained by low public accountability, also barriers to accessing information, a still emerging civil society, limited government capacity, and violation of human rights. But however, youth and women are particularly disadvantaged in these areas here in my kingdom. The most is limited government accountability and lack of public demand for improvement. Also widespread corruption within the government sectors and lack of public demand for improvement. Public sector inefficiency. Also low quality of public services, including health, and in addition to a lack of institutional capacity. And lastly is diminishing checks and balances resulting from an imbalance of power between branches of government with civil servants, youth, women, children, and elected officials tied to central government patronage rather than citizen constituents. Malo Aputo.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lolohe, and we will come back to you with regards to the role of young people. I just want to quickly go to our next panelist, Mr. Sevoloni Rokomatu, who is the chair of the Youth Working Group on the Pacific Resilience Partnership that we have heard a lot about this morning from the team SPC as well. And I think Lisa highlighted that you should find Sevu actually and talk to him with regards to a few things under that Pacific Resilience Partnership. And well, if you couldn't find him, he's sitting right beside me, but I think you can catch him during tea time as well, or during the Q&A if you have questions from that presentation as well. So Sevu will come to you now and with the same question, given your role and the involvement in the resilience aspect and the governance aspect as well, and being the chair of the Youth Working Group, what are your views around the challenges that exist around good governance in the region? What are some of the urgent and pressing challenges about it, and what are your opinions on it?
Thank you, Your Excellency, and it was good to hear from His Excellency about his perspective on what are some of the challenges around good governance. And I strongly believe that applies broadly in the region, and also from our colleague from Tonga in terms of the youth perspective, in terms of what are some of the challenges that relate to good governance. Indeed, I would like to touch on the two sides of what are the challenges of good governance. I know that my youth counterpart will add more on the youth perspective. One is from the youth perspective as well, is broadly, how do we see youth engagement in good governance practices? I know that, we as young people, or you as young people, also have a view and your perspective into good governance perspective. But the other side of it, as young people, we as young people, how do we also practice and live a culture of practicing good governance. So I would say we have to look at it from two sides of the coin, what our views are and also how we as young people can also actually practice good governance. So the one side of the coin is what I've seen through the, the resilience space, the engagement of young people is participation. Participation itself is one of the core element of good governance. So when we are talking about inclusion, His Excellency have mentioned about inclusion. So in the resilience space, or whether in the sustainable development space, or in whatever areas that we work with, participation is a key element. For example, whether we are talking about the participation of young people, whether we are talking about the participation of key vulnerable groups. Some of those we have heard it in the morning, women, people with disabilities. We've heard it from the High Commissioner of the UK. He mentioned some of these key groups. So their participation as well in various processes, structures, either at the global level, at the regional level, at the national level, or even at the district level, that is part of good governance. And I can also give you some examples from the, the organization that I work with currently at the moment. We have a very strong foundation in inclusion, ensuring that this group of people, key vulnerable groups, actively participate in decision-making processes, in implementation, in monitoring and evaluation, so forth. So this is what I feel. This is one of the good governance practices. And I can see that the Pacific is progressing very well in this area. I have no doubt that you will agree with me. There's a lot of advocacy around the areas of participation. You as young people can speak to this as well. And in addition to this is sound policy. Anita have mentioned this, having policies. Policy itself is one of the core elements of good governance. You can have processes, you can have structures, you can have mechanism, but it's also to build in policies that reinforces and guides what you are trying to achieve. If I give an example, a youth policy. If you work in an organization or in a network, and if you have a youth policy in place that reinforces the participation of young people, you can achieve what you are aiming for. I'm just giving an example. So there's a lot of other examples. And the other side of it, I would like to touch on it is accountability. I'm sure most of you have heard of this word, the word accountability. This applies across all sectors, whether we work with governments, whether we work with civil society organizations, the private sectors. When we handle a lot of resources, we in the Pacific know that we are still developing. Most of the Pacific Island countries are developing. Most of the support that we receive are still funded by donors, by large supporters, whether from overseas or locally. And accountability is very critical for us in the Pacific. Being accountable for what we are given, being accountable for what we spend, being accountable to whom is giving us the resources that we are giving out for the benefit of the communities. So that's so that's what I feel as well is accountability. And the last one, Anit, is integrity. Integrity applies both as well for us as young people, but also for government, civil societies, the private sectors, development partners, and so forth. It's simple things. Sometimes integrity applies to the character of a person. For example, for me, being honest. If I'm managing something, if I'm running something, if I'm leading something, I have to be honest in what I'm doing, whether to the people that I'm working with, to the people that I'm serving with, and those that I work with, whether it's in disaster risk management, whether it's in climate change, whether it's in building resilience, whether it's in education, whether it's in sports, and so forth. So I feel that integrity something that comes with practicing good governance, and you can link integrity with a lot of things as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sevu. Now, before I go, before we travel very shortly to Kingdom of Tonga again, and come to you, Mr. Loher, just want to reiterate what here High Commissioner Feturi has also mentioned is, and he has given a challenge and also highlighted some of the key messages being that we need to work together. So collaboration, innovation as collaborators and innovators together to building those things. And of course, I think we all can agree, Excellency, that we can never be corruption free. And the challenge is for us to make institutions, societies, and people corruption resilient. I think, and that's something we want to create through dialogue spaces as such. And as Tepola has also touched upon, that the role of not just one part of the society, but inclusive of everyone, where also Sevu, you brought in the marginalized concept as well, and the fact how integrity, accountability, and transparency all ties together. And it's quite interesting to note that how much the values of good governance matter at all aspects of whether it's our professional or personal life, reflecting on the comments and opinions that has been shared. But let's also now hear the future thinking or the future vision that, well, of course, High Commissioner has shared from where he sits, what role he sees the young people playing, and that's as collaborators, as innovators, as being leaders in the spaces where we are, and we can start making changes. But I would like to hear your perspective, Tepola, from where you sit, the role of young people. How do you see the young people's role into shaping a corruption resilient Pacific? Over to you.
Thank you, Amit. There is a famous saying here in the kingdom that says, "Reefs of today is an island of tomorrow." I am now a female leader, a young female leader in my community, also a youth leader and a youth member in the kingdom. Yes, which I am experiencing and facing tons of challenges as a woman and as a leader at this young age. But in other islands, in other countries of the Pacific, I know for sure that there are many people who are similar as me in this current position. Also, I am sometimes updated with the Pacific youth movement, including Tonga, obviously. There are movements regarding different areas such as human rights, violation of human rights, also climate change, accessing to information, and health, education, and others. The development of courage and confidence in the youth today is very important. In reason, because back in the days, the tradition has held us back of how women and youth and children never or rarely have a chance to speak up. Also, just because of their gender, their age, and men, my respect to all male leaders in this room, would think that we are vulnerable, like the reefs for exploitation and abuse. As of today, women and youth are now playing a huge and an important and pivotal role in shaping a corruption-free and resilient Pacific. Arranging campaigns and workshops for young leaders and youth about corruption, enlightening about how we, the youth today, will run the country and the government as government leaders or organization leaders and community leaders in the near future. Obviously, violation of human rights is one of the key issues leading to corruption. But I see and witness that in unity of young people in the Pacific to fight corruption, it advocates for transparency, accountability, and not forgetting integrity. Young people are empowered to change the world into a better world, and it inspires other youth members in the Pacific to stand up and fight against corruption. So the role that youth and young people are now playing in shaping a corruption-free and resilient Pacific is a very important role, because the resource today is us youth. So in unity, we must work together. We must work together, and also we must take the journey together in shaping the corruption-free. Because in reason we wouldn't want the later generations behind us to experience a corruption world as we are living now. So the least that we could do is to held in unity and work together as leaders, not only in our own islands, in our own nations, our own countries, but also to widespread the anti-corruption.
Thank you, Sepola, for those messages and for sharing that vision from where you are now and how we can work together in unity to shaping that resilient vision or the future that you are also thinking of. We will come now to the room and we'll go to Sevu on the same question and building up onto your previous points and also on your experience around this work with the young people from currently where you're sitting. What role do you see the Pacific youths play in shaping a corruption resilient Pacific that we talk about? There's a lot of emphasis on resilience. So, and I think you're also one of the key players when it comes to working together around this work when it comes to young people. Over to you, Sebu.
Thank you, Anit. And yep, just to add on to my colleague from youth colleague that I mentioned this briefly, and just to highlight that we've heard in the morning that the Tenure Declaration, if I'm right, and the 2050 Pacific Blue Strategy, you know, the recent strategy that was recently endorsed by Pacific leaders. So both documents, the Tenure Declaration makes reference to young people. So it's very clear, which means that it says that corruption can disproportionately affect young people and other groups. You know, it makes reference to the other marginalized groups. And the 2050 Blue Pacific Strategy also make reference to young people in one of the guiding principles. So in terms of the question that has just been asked by our moderator, you know, what role can young people play in building a corruption resilient Pacific? I think you will agree with me that young people in this region are very active. The New Zealand High Commissioner mentioned this in the morning during her opening remarks. In this region, young people are very vibrant. We are very strong. We bring in the voices of the communities when it comes to regional forums, international forums, and even national forums at the country level. So if this is already happening in other spaces, there is no doubt that this can also happen in the subject that we are talking about right now, in building a corruption resilient Pacific. Majority of our population in the region are very young. We have a very youthful population in most Pacific Island countries and territories. So this is the strength of young people in this region. It's just about tapping into the skills, the knowledge that the young people have and how they can contribute to building a resilient corruption-free Pacific. There's so many examples that are out there. I'm sure you can also speak of other examples where young people in your networks are already active in those different areas. And the same principle can apply when we talk about this subject in what we're trying to advocate for. You know, young people can come up with innovative ideas, innovative solutions. They can develop projects. You know, they can develop concepts that can be developed, that can support advocacy, awareness, and things that looks at building a resilient corruption Pacific. So definitely, Anit, you know, there's a role that young people can play because we have a very youthful population. Young people in this region are very active. They can bring the voice of the communities, whether it's at the global level, at the regional level, on the national level. So this is how we can definitely contribute. And the advantage of it, Anit, is it's already in most of our regional documentation, in our regional framework, in the regional strategies, in the relevant declaration. Young people, if you read through them, you will see young people either mentioned once or twice. So how do we put this into practice and support advocacy and campaigns such as building corruption resilient Pacific?
Thank you, Sevu, for those views, and really appreciate you sharing the important role actually the young people can play and how we can capitalize actually on the existing regional instruments. And now that we have the 2050 Blue Pacific strategy, which in fact across all the 7 themes it has an aspect of governance in it, whether in the form of governance, meaning on integrity, transparency, and accountability, or it's to do with governance in political leadership or climate and disaster risks. There's a governance aspect in all 7 key areas or the 7 key themes that the 2050 Blue Pacific strategy has. And I think from the discussions we've been having since the morning until now, listening to you, is that young people, in fact, and you mentioned this as well, Sevu, and High Commissioner, you also shared this through your messages, that young people are actually at the heart of all these discussions and now all these instruments that are coming to play. And when the Pacific Islands Forum, Michael was presenting earlier today on building a safe and secure Blue Pacific, he did mention and reiterate the Deputy Secretary General's message about young people and the region, about the asset that young people are for the region, and they will be, of course, given the demographic dividend that we have to capitalize on. But before I go into further questions and explore some more, building on some of the points, this is a lot of food for thought has been given since the morning, and a lot of discussions have happened around young people, the role of young people around these topics. I will now open the floor for the time being and see and take questions from people in the room, those campuses who have joined us from across the region. To ask questions from the speakers, you can direct it to a specific speaker or just generally pose it to the panel. And when you do ask questions, just briefly introduce your name and where you're from. That would be appreciated. So please, the floor is open for the timing. First brave person up there.
Thank you, Pulvinaka. My name is Selasa, and I'm from Honolulu, and I'm a final year student at USP. And my question is, before I ask the question, as Pacific Islanders, we are friendly people, and it's in our culture to, to give gifts or to receive them. And my question is, do you think that culture plays a role in blurring the line between corruption and gift giving?
That's thank you for that question. Excellency, would you like to take a lead on this one? Given you shared a lot about society and how the role we have to play. So, Excellency.
Pacific people are very friendly, except when they play on the sport. And we saw that yesterday when Papua New Guinea played Tonga. Anyway, you know, I used to think that good governance was a foreign concept that was imposed on us to try and justify, especially in the context of giving development assistance, so that we can account for it. But then I realized, even in your own families, even in your own church community, you want fair decision making, and you also want to, whether it's in the classroom, and that's where I think my take is that let's not blame our culture for corruption, because if you are corrupt, you will always be corrupt, and you will find a way to justify it. Why should we? I mean, we are where we are now because of the strength of our cultures and our traditions. And it talks about love, about giving, sharing. And that's what the whole 2050 strategy is about, of the blue continent. Because without those attributes, without those traits, we wouldn't be a unique region in itself. So that's what some people do. They blame it on our culture when it's convenient to do so. And if they do it using some of the legislations or some of whatever pieces of policies are in place, they will utilize that. That's a corrupt person. But a fair person will always, if it comes from the bottom of your heart, you give. And while I have the chance, I'm just sharing aloud from the point of view of the parents. The question was asked about the role of the youth. If we accept that good governance will exist at every level, including your families, then certainly youth, parents, siblings, they all have a role to play. So it's not something that's confined until you come to, to gatherings like this. Because importantly, many hands make light work, and everyone's contribution help us to achieve some of our goals. But I think the way to look at it, it's like a relay. There is a finishing line. You want at least, you said, a corrupt-free society. How can we get there? Everyone, before the last runner runs with the baton to the finishing line, the race has to start from somewhere. So that's where the youth has a role, the parents has a role, the churches in particular, they have a very important role, not just to preach from the pulpit, but to walk the talk and do more than that. In the past, that's where we learn how to read, write, and add. The pastor's classes nowadays, it's gone. So you have to go and look and find somebody to pay to help you. But I'm just saying that one way to try and help the youth, that's why you are here. It's through education. Education, it provides a level playing field. I have 4 beautiful daughters, and my message to them from day one, education is an equalizer. It allows you to do things. If under tradition, we are meant to be seen but not heard, with education, it allows you also to have a voice. Education also allows you to try and get out of this attitude where husbands, the poor wives are doing all the hard work and the heavy lifting, and the husbands get drunk, they come but you all know about this. But I just want to say, education, that's an equalizer. That's a master key. It allows you to open rooms and open doors to other rooms so that you can have a bright future. But with education also, it allows you to make very informed suggestions, and you don't just say it for the sake of giving one. So I'm sorry, but don't blame the traditions. Don't blame our culture. Without our cultures, we will know that is our identity. That is our point of reference. And that's what makes me proud to be a Pacific Islander. Vinaka.
Thank you, Excellency, for some of or many of the powerful sentences and views that you have shared. And you earlier on also acknowledged and shared, I think on the front of one of the banners is the student charter. And the student charter is spelled Pacifica. And Pacifica, as you can see, is specific, P for Pacific, A for accountability, S for safe spaces, I for integrity, F for family, I for inclusiveness, K for knowledge, and A for aspiration. And Excellency, and I couldn't reiterate this enough when you were sharing this, that education has become key into being an equalizer. And that charter was formed by USP students just 2 years ago. That's a new charter for all the USP students who came together to form it collectively. And that's a result of the education that they received and the unity that they were showing. So I'm very pleased that in fact other high commissioners and ambassadors were here. I saw them going closer to the charter, and they were trying to see what each of the letters mean and the words mean from Pacifica. But thank you, Excellency, for that answer. Sevu also wants to add a few things, and I know Tepola is also here. We'll give it to Sevu to add a few things on the first question. And we have 50 copies of the 2050 Blue Pacific Strategy in the room. So those of you who are asking the questions, will be giving you a copy of the 2050 Blue Pacific Strategy. Those who are online, I know that majority of the people online are from our USP campuses in the region. Don't worry, we'll send you that strategy. Sevu.
Thank you, Anid. I just very briefly, I just want to add to His Excellency. And I think Anid just gave a great example. For example, if you're in campus, you have the charter. For example, when we work in an organization, or for example, or if you're part of the network, you would have your organizational values, your principles that we follow. That allows us to practice good governance. Very simple. And I would, the same can apply in the community. If you're doing in the community, for example, we all have different faith backgrounds. And for example, in villages, their faith can sort of serve to reinforce the good practices that can allow them to practice good governance. And also you have, existing structures in communities that can encourage us to practice good culture. So I would say, it's very simple as that. Whether you are in an organization or whether you're in an educational institute, whether you are in the sports academy or whether it's in the workplace or whether it's in the community, there is always a set of values and principles that binds us, or that's up somewhere in the wall, that allows us to follow those values and principles. And that will definitely allows us to practice to good governance.
Thank you for contributing, Sevu. Just going to Tepola, if you wanted to add anything or to the first question about culture.
No, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Tepola. And welcome back, Chair. We see you. You have joined us. Welcome back from Cook Islands. Sorry, I think I did see you, but then you moved out. But welcome again, and thank you for joining us. We know it's I think it's 5 p.m. in Cook Islands, if I'm correct. But thank you for staying with us. So the next person for the question, we have a gentleman here.
Good afternoon. My name is Amit Chand. I'm the Chief Executive for MSC Logistics, a defense-related organization. And I'll probably direct it to His Excellency. Sorry, Excellency, for putting in a spot. How do we tackle systematic corrupt part of governance or public institutions? Example, let's say for an there's that governance process, but then the minister would come in and say, hey, that's my guy, to the panel, and you choose him, but you interview everybody who has applied for the position. So how do we tackle that kind of systematic practices in the corridors of public institutions?
Thank you, Excellency.
Well, I'm the wrong person to ask. No, but I think it has happened. And given our small societies, everyone knows even what goes inside the cabinet room. And there are situations where a candidate has been recommended, and I think cabinet, in its own wisdom, change it. But that's its prerogative. The buck stops with them, and they have to be accountable for that decision. So it's the media's responsibility to ask cabinet, why did you pick candidate A instead of the candidate that was recommended? And who knows, maybe cabinet has a very valid reason for doing so, because at the end of the day too, you have to work with people who are there to implement decisions of cabinet, decisions of government. So not necessarily because you have the qualifications, sometimes it's the experience, relevant experience. And I think that is something sometimes cabinets do take on board. So, and at the end of the day too, it can also be a subjective decision in the first place by the panel. So, but I think it's a reality, but that's how I would like to look at it, because at the end of the day, they carry the can. That's cabinet. And as long as they are able to explain why they decided to appoint somebody else instead of candidate A, I think that is their responsibility, and that's their prerogative. Half time.
Thank you, Excellency, for that answer. So 2 copies of the 2050 strategy are gone. There are 48 copies are left. So who is going to ask the next question? We have 1, 2, 3 hands up. And there's one already up there. Okay, so we'll come back to 3. Oh, the copies are running out fast.
Bulo, my name is Kitione Rafael. I'm a youth coordinator for a church organization, a youth group. I just wanted to add on to the first question that was asked about culture. I think culture partially plays in the blame of corruption in our communities, in our villages. That's what I think. And there's a need for us. There's a need for unpack and relearning in our communities, especially in the villages, because culture is the reason. Fact is one of the reasons why there's a lot of violence against women in the villages. Culture is the reason why there's a lot of land given for deforestation. So we need a lot of unpack and relearning in the villages. There's a need for us to go down to the village, and we don't need to change culture. We just need to enlighten them on the need and the current need we're in at the moment. So my thought is, I think we have to accept the fact that culture partially plays a role in corruption in our own communities, and is one of the barrier in achieving good governance. Vinaka.
Thank you. We'll go to the question with the beautiful lady down there.
Thank you. I don't think beautiful, but I hope I am. Bulavinaka, I'm mother from Overlau. I'm sorry, but culture seems to be a recurring theme today. And as I look around the room, I see our people here, our youths, and our future. And the room is made up of indigenous and local communities. And thank you, Excellency, for the very wise and insightful comments that you've made. However, I would say that I do not wholly agree with you on terms of blaming culture. I don't think of it as blaming culture, as the first speaker had highlighted. I think we can probably reframe what he was trying to say. And our previous speaker had talked about culture having an impact on good governance. What I would like maybe to pose to every one of us here is what actually is our indigenous and local definition of good governance? How do our communities, our local communities, not our educated communities, Western educated communities who are sitting right here, define good governance? You would probably define it from a textbook definition or from Google. But what do our local communities define good governance? How can we reconcile, or how can we marry our cultural definitions of good governance and the Western, our educated definition of good governance? We cannot play the blame game. We cannot say blame culture, blame colonialism. We cannot say blame the people who are not educated in our communities for being violent against women. What can we do as the future of the Pacific right now to reconcile our culture and good governance to be able to participate on a globalized platform? As Mr. Rokomatu was talking about, he said earlier that Pacific youth are taking our voices on a global level. And I commend and applaud the work of Pacific youths on a global platform. But can our advocates take that to our communities, to our Pacific communities, our local, our villages, our settlements, our informal settlements, our local communities made up of our descendants of our migrant communities who have come to call the Pacific their home? Who is going to take the voice of good governance to them? We cannot speak on a global platform and say, we are representing our communities when we don't know if our own communities and our own youths in our own communities understand what good governance is. I'm not sure if all of us here understand what good governance is. I would just like to make us think of that, you know? Can we think of it? Because I think this is where we get our voices heard. This is where we get to say what we would like to say, and to have our elders in our community, like His Excellency here, to hear our views, and we hear our views, and we see the differences in our views and the similarities. I think it's a great platform. Naka.
Thank you very much for those insights and for sharing. And that's why we are having platforms as such, so that you can share it. Because this summit's aim is not to only hear from political leaders, from state actors, or from non-state leaders, actors, and so forth, but it's to hear from you as well, what your opinions are, what questions do you have, where do we diverge and converge in terms of views around governance, around issues such as climate and disaster risk management. And I think SPC and PIFs, when they were presenting in the morning, and I mean from the afternoon session, they did really connect a lot of dots in that session between what good governance means for the region as a whole, what it means for national level people, what it means for our communities and societies, and this is what we are discussing at the moment. We're discussing about from the grassroots level, from our communities to our countries, and then we're sharing about the region. So it's very good momentum, and I think we should keep it up. So we'll go to the question in the middle here. The lady had in the middle, right there.
Hi, so this is a bit like diverging from culture, but my question was, considering that it is harder for younger people to be in politics and have a voice that has like a direct impact on the world, how can, or what can young people do to play a concrete role in building a corruption resilient and corruption free society?
Thank you for that question. So is generally to the panelists?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sevu, would you like to take a lead on that?
Sorry, can you just repeat the question again? Sorry.
Yes, no problem. So considering that it is harder for younger people to be in politics and have a voice that has a direct impact on the world, what can young people do to play a concrete role in building a corruption resilient and a corruption free world?
Okay, thank you. Yep, so I think your question was also something similar to the second questions that was asked to the panelists, right? If I'm correct, yes. And if I refer also to the comment that the lady from Overlau that had just, I just want to build on that, if that's okay, to respond to your question. I think she pretty much gave a good response and feedback in terms of, where most of the time we are bringing things at the global level, but maybe put a more emphasis and focus in the communities, particularly when it comes to the subject of building a corruption resilient Pacific. So I believe that's where the role of young people can come in our region. If this is an area that's still lacking, that needs more to be done at the community level, at the grassroots level. Probably this is where an area that we as young people, can contribute to and fit into. I think we've seen this has been done very well in other areas, in DRM, in climate, in education, in sports, and so forth. That's the niche that we have as young people. We can bring in ideas, we can be innovative and come up with solutions on how we can address these urgent issues in terms of bringing this back closely to our communities and the grassroots level.
Thank you, Sevu. Excellency, would you like to contribute to that question?
Well, not necessarily to the last question, but in defense of culture. and I can only speak about my experience in Samoa. I think culture is dynamic. It doesn't remain static. It acquires whatever some positive aspects of other cultures around the world, and that's why it remains relevant. That's how I look at Samoan's culture, and I think government is making a very conscious effort to try and mold some of the aspects of the culture that is perceived as causing corruption, to make sure that it is also accountable to some of the same yardstick that you measure corruption in the context of the outside world. So I think it's, and when you ask who should go, it's you. You should go and tell your community. Why do you have to wait for somebody else to come and tell that? And that is a good research paper for the USP. In terms of, we are here not to ask questions, but to find solutions to our challenges. And if this is seen as perceived as a challenge, why not use the intellect at USP so that it can try and address some of these issues, because they are real issues. As long as people think that culture corrupts us, maybe not absolutely, but still corrupts us, then I think our culture is seen as something of secondary importance, but it should never be the case. I was born at Samoan and I will continue to be a Samoan. And even now, we adopt a lot of English words and mold them so that we Samoanize them. So I think that's, and I just want to say in terms of reference to the 2050 strategy, yes, we have the 2050 strategy and there's a lot of other declarations and a lot of other agreements, but the taste of the pudding is in the eating, not in the recipe. So by that, it's very well to have a photo taken when you launch an agreement or whatever you. But more importantly, it's the actual implementation to ensure that some of the aspirations captured in some of those documents are realized, not just by governments, but by the people. Those agreements were intended for people in the community, people that live, breathe culture all the time, and those people who live by traditions. And so, I think sometimes you do things like marriage of convenience, like culture and also what you learn from outside, and you try and mold them and try and ensure that you can basically own it yourself and claim it as yours. And I think sometimes you want to be at the front of the line, but it's good to be in the middle of a queue, because by the time you get to the top, if somebody else was doing something well, how can we do it better? If they had challenges, how can we try and overcome those challenges? A lot of solutions to our own issues can be found in the Pacific, but too often we always try and look outside of our region, as if solutions within the Pacific are inferior. If Tonga or even if Tuvalu is doing something good, how can we do it better? Rather than, oh, they only have a population of 1,100,000. Why should we follow them? I think this is an open and frank discussion amongst ourselves. You are already the leaders in your own right, and you will have a big role to play already. So I thought that I just want to share aloud on some of them. And my very last request, please, we are all excellent. Why do you keep calling me excellency? No, because by tomorrow, once I finish my assignment, and if we meet on the road, you won't even recognize me, let alone say excellency. So please, I'm Feturi to you. I'm a product of USP, and things have come full circle. I'm back in Fiji, my home away from home for 4 years, many blue moons ago. Thank you.
Thank you, High Commissioner Feturi. There's a lot of food for thoughts going in, but okay, now the hands are more as well. But before I come back to the hands, I'm just looking at the carton of the 2050 strategy. It's going down. I just want to quickly check with Tepola. If Tepola, you had any comments to make?
No, only Malo.
Thank you, Tepola. So we will go back to the room. There was a gentleman at the back, right? And then we have this gentleman here and then here. There's one there as well. Okay, please, we'll start from there.
Hello, Bula Vinaka, everyone. My name is Shidhant. I'm currently pursuing my degree in electrical engineering. So there are people in power who cannot face the truth, I feel corruption is within us. As youths, we are not given much opportunities to speak up. So how can I say something without offending you? What if I want a good change in the system? We see and practice corruption on our daily basis. If I wish to address some serious problem, I don't have that power to go against a powerful board. One small example I can provide is Fiji soccer. What's our ranking? There are same old people ruling the beautiful game, and that's it. We are not improving at all. We are saying that we are improving, but what's the extent of that improvement? It's difficult to speak the truth against the ruling body. Okay. If a question based on addressing an issue is found offensive, all the youth power gets destroyed there and then. So my question is, are people afraid of speaking the truth, or do they find it easier being corrupt?
There's a lot of answers we have to find in that very short question, and some grievance you've shared with us. But before I give it to the panelists, I would just like to say that that is why we're having these spaces, and everybody can now see that corruption actually and governance issues affects every sphere of our societies, whether it's to do with the work, studies, and now we have soccer there. So sports. But well, I will give it to the panelists to answer this. And Sevu, depending on whether you're a rugby fan or a soccer fan, I think I'll hand you the mic.
I was just looking at Anit when that question came, and I was saying maybe we should throw it to someone in the audience who's a soccer fan to answer it. Thank you for the question. Well, I think you've mentioned about being able to talk or being able to to speak freely. I think this is an area that we as young people can play a crucial role. We all know that we've done this, or most of you have done it. For example, we've done it in the resilience space, where young people actually speak. They talk about the issue, they talk about the subject to make sure that their voices is heard, whether they're talking about a certain issue. And I believe that the same principle can apply, whether it's in sports or whether it's in the area that you was talking about. So I think probably you would need to probably mobilize a group of young people to speak up. And I would say advocacy, a lot of advocacy. So, the space should be provided for young people to speak. And if no one senior is doing it, then that's where young people can come in, and take an important role to make sure that, the whatever is being needed to be heard can be heard. Yeah. So that would be from my side, Anit, and to Ambassador. There should be a space and avenues for young people to talk and to speak freely to ensure that your voices are heard as well.
Thank you very much, Sevu. Before I go to the High Commissioner Fituri, just letting everyone know that since the morning, as the speeches were coming in, as now the discussions going on, we're drafting a very one-pager youth vision statement about what we are discussing here today, what has happened here today. And it's good that you're asking those kind of questions, because that's filtering into, when you look at the agenda, the next part of the program is that we will look at the youth vision for a corruption resilient 2050 Blue Pacific. That vision is being drafted now with these speeches coming in, with the questions that you're asking. And we really hope to present it as soon as we finish this session, to see and connect everything that has been shared here, including how governance issues affects every sphere of our societies. Just checking, High Commissioner Fituri, if you had anything to add to the soccer question.
I just want to observe that at least the questioner, at least he had options. He was afraid to speak the truth or to continue to be corrupt. At least you have an option others don't have. So, but my comeback is, I think there is such a, that's why a lot of youths also have the right to vote. That's how you can also express your displeasure or your support for a particular administration. So it's not a helpless situation. And I think we need the media, a media that is who doesn't bow to the whims of a comment at any given point in time. So they can be they can try and speak on behalf of the voiceless and those, because I think a lot of people maybe share the same concerns or same feelings, but they're scared to speak up. If that is the case, some have the whistleblower policy, where you can. But why should it get to that stage? That's the question, and that's what we are trying to look solutions for. And that's why the role of education is also useful, and that's why, so that you can share this with not just amongst us, but with your communities in the rural areas, so they can also make conscious decisions in terms who will they support to be their representative, whether in parliament or in a district committee or wherever. So you have a role, and I come back to my challenge to you earlier. You have a role to play. Are you up to it? It's not enough just to articulate it, but more importantly, action speaks louder than words. And you have to be at the front leading, not waiting to be pushed, to be led. Thank you.
Thank you, High Commissioner Fituri. This gentleman with the beautiful hat was in the line before we come this side.
Talafalava, Halaflahiatu. My name is Jason. I'm from Niue. I'm now at PRS, Pacific Regional Seminary. I just want to post a idea out here. To be able to understand corruption, it's we have to identify what kind of issue is it. For me personally, I feel it's a behavioral issue. Corruption is a behavioral issue. And to be able to tackle it, we have to look at how does corruption come about. We believe that what we eat, what we see, what we intake, what we feed our brains with is the outcome. Social media becomes something now in nowadays or in our generation that feeds our minds psychologically. Therefore, I ask each and every one of us to be able to know ourselves as Pacific family, our identity as a Pacifica. And to be able to know ourselves, we have to accept our weaknesses. We know we are no one in this world is perfect. So we have to accept that we also have weaknesses as human beings. And also one main point I also have to put out there is, as young people, we have to understand ourselves to be able to manage our ego within ourselves. In our human development, we have to understand we have egos that we also know how to be able to control that ego within ourselves. So with those few words, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jason, for those views, and also acknowledging that Jason has been a product of USP as well. In fact, he was a USP student leader with the USPSA and a former council member for the Federal Council. So thank you, Jason. We'll go to the gentleman on this side whose hand was up after the gentleman here. And we only have time for 2 more questions. If there's not many, oh, now I can see a lot of hands going up, but let's see how it goes.
Pulvanaka, I am Ben. My question is directed to Mr. Sevoloni. You spoke on the involvement of youth in stepping up for corruption, and you talked about the documentation. You said without documentation. My question is along the lines of implementation. Has its documentation, reading it only goes so far, but what have you done in your PRP? I do agree with you. The youths, we have good ideas, and also focusing on Fiji itself. Fiji's youths, we know the current state of it, brawls and all these things happening around Fiji. My question is, what have you done? What are your programs and advocacies on the implementations, if you have done them? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a very good question. And I think I spoke of, in the first question, I spoke of honesty. So I have to be honest in my response to you right now. Yes. So the FRDP, or the governance structure that we have, is the Pacific Resilience Partnership. So the mechanism was set up to respond to the implementation of the FRDP, the Framework of Resilient Development in the Pacific. So it's an integrated approach to addressing disaster risk management and also climate. And it sort of captures all the international framework, for example, the Sendai framework for DRR, the Paris Agreement, the World Humanitarian Summit, and it also linked with other existing Pacific regional framework. So for the past few years, the focus has been on the implementation of those areas, DRM and NCC. So this is a new area that we are coming into, and we are very thankful to ANIT and the USPS SA, because PIFs and SPC is involved. So this is the starting point for the Pacific Resilience Partnership youth mechanism to anchor with the existing work that's already taking place. So definitely after this youth summit, as Anit mentioned, we know there will be an outcome statement that will come out of this forum. So the first step will be to look at those outcome statement and feed into the PRP mechanism and the FRDP. And that's where we can identify and definitely work together with USPCA and other partners on how we can contribute into this important subject of creating a resilient, corruption free Pacific. So definitely that's also already on the radar. So I hope that respond to your question. Nak.
Thank you. We had a question in the front row, one here, and so I think it was first, then second, and third. So we'll go here.
Bulvinaka, Moses Selalo. I came from Nandarivatu early this morning just to attend the summit. And my question, is directly to Mr. Sivuloni. How can we ensure there is equal participation in terms of stepping up for corruption resilient from the young people from the remote areas of our countries, also our youths that are challenged with disabilities or have special needs, be incorporated in decision-making of good governance practice? Naka.
Thank you for the question. I'll hand it over to Sevu.
Thank you. Very good question indeed. And, you know, but they still, to be honest, they still need a lot of work to be done in the communities, you know, irrespective of which subject and it comes to young people. And this is why, you know, even in the existing mechanism we have through the Pacific Resilience Partnership, you know, through the country networks, we work with a diverse group of networks and organizations that work at the regional level and also have national level in the country level, but also most importantly, that they also have networks in the districts level and the communities. So this is an area that you know, still needs to be strengthened. For example, not only within the civil society sectors, but also in governments. For example, working with the ministries of youths, utilizing their networks through the networks that are registered with the relevant ministries, working with the provincial youth councils. There also used to be the Youth Association of the Fiji Islands. So we need to bring all these networks together that have networks at the community level and the grassroots level so that we are able to reach out and do more. You know, it will be very exciting to continue the discussion, as Anit had mentioned, how we can move this forward, not only in Fiji, but also in Fiji, definitely, but also in other Pacific Island countries. You know, how do we ensure that we are also reaching out to grassroots communities in all the different programmings and activities that we are doing. And definitely this should also apply when we are talking about building a resilient, corruption-free Pacific. Naka.
Thank you very much, Sevu, and thank you for that question. Actually, now that brings into the concept of inclusion into the statement that the youth vision that we want to take out later this afternoon. So I'm sure the team has noted inclusion now on those statements. We will come to the gentleman in the front here. If you can have the mic here. So,
sorry.
Okay, since you have the mic, please go ahead. Yes.
I'm sorry again. This question goes to Tepola in Tonga. If you can hear me, I have a question for you. Please don't run away.
Hi, sorry, I can hear you now.
Malo, my question is, I would like to thank you for taking up the role as a young leader in Tonga. I have maternal links to Tonga. That's why I'm asking this question to you. Okay. It goes like this. What is your advice to us, Tongans, Fijians, and the Pacifica of the current climate change? Oh, I see you. You are driving. Okay.
No, it's fine. I'm on the passenger seat. I'm just rushing to another meeting starting at 5:30.
Getting to an accident? Okay. The question
No, it's
is,
fine. I'm not driving.
okay, the current situation for the deep sea mining in Tonga.
Deep sea mining.
Yes. The question is, what is your views and contribution, and also your advice to us as young leaders, what we can do to voice out, because this is, I believe this is linked to sustainability SDG number 14 and 13, which is also one of the highlights you mentioned, is that the challenges you faced in Tonga with regards to human rights, climate change. What is your view on how we young people can voice out to the leaders of our country, of our kingdom? Is it to stop deep sea mining? And this will affect the neighboring countries like Fiji and the other Pacific Island countries.
Yes, thank you so much for the question. So luckily, I came across a workshop last year while I was still participating in the youth parliament here in Tonga about deep sea mining and how it affects the seabed environment in the marine environment of our of Tonga here. But also yes, so I was told that we all have the right to access into the information, for example, regarding the deep sea mining. So we have the right to access to the information of who which organization, whose company is providing and sponsoring this mining. Yes, it does affect, but it does affect economically. Clear. Yes, it really does affect Tonga here economically, and also so sorry. Yeah, I apologize for that. Sorry, I'm a little panicking that I am having a meeting on the road. But yes. My so deep sea mining. It is very important that you have raised this issue for us to reach out our voices to the government leaders on how to prevent deep sea mining in Fiji and other countries of the Pacific. So firstly, the government leaders do not have I believe that they do not have the right to keep performing the deep sea mining in our countries, especially in the Pacific. Especially in the Pacific, as it
Well, she did what she could, I think, because we were supposed to finish 3:30 sharp in Fiji time, but we have run over by 15 minutes. I know that there's a lot of other questions that you also want to ask, but in the interest of time, including we'll have to also let our panelists as well. We will close off the panel discussion here so that we are able to move to the next session where we can then see what we have drafted in respect to the opinions that were shared, the questions that were asked, and the sessions and the workshops that we've had since the morning. And we would like to, on behalf of the University of the South Pacific Students Association, I thank you very much, Ambassador High Commissioner Feturi, for taking out your time from busy schedule, attending the morning session for the opening, and then gracing us with the presence this afternoon for this important intergenerational conversation that we are just able to have across many themes, from culture to sports to deep sea mining. And also thank you very much, Sevu, for taking out your time and being here since the morning. And I'm sure you have noted a lot of things from the workshops that we've heard as well, from the SPC and the Pacific Islands Forum. Tepola, we note that you did have another commitment from 3:30. We do apologize for keeping you beyond 3:30, and thank you very much for joining us virtually from Tonga. And we hope that you have a good afternoon, and we'll hope to see you again. Thank you very much, panelists, again. Any final comments from Excellency?
Two parting messages. It's the foot that wears the shoe that knows best whether the shoe fits or not. It's not the salesperson who will say, oh, it looks very nice on you. It's either too tight, maybe it's loose, or who knows, maybe it fits well. So the moral of the story is you cannot let somebody else be your spokesperson. You know what the challenges are. You also know what the solutions are. Be brave, put up your hand, and be part of the solution. And secondly, coming back to what I said earlier, charity begins at home. You have to put your own house in order first before you start lecturing to others on how to live their lives. Too often, people are advocating, and they have more media time than some of the people who are actually doing the work on the ground. And don't forget, while you are pointing four fingers, there's a farm pointing back at you. Thank you.
Thank you very much once more, High Commissioner Feturi and Sevu. We will assume our seats in the front and proceed to the next session. Thank you, everyone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the high-level policy dialogue that we had right in front. I hope you guys enjoyed some of the discussions. Now, the discussions don't end here. We're all colleagues, we're all Pacific Islanders as well, and we have some visitors as well. So this is a great time to share, to Talanoa, use this time. I think one of my brothers said he had come very far as well this morning to be with us here today. So we are very grateful for your presence and for all of you being here. And we hope you have enjoyed the program thus far. Moving on, we will be having the next part of the program which is the Youth Vision for Corruption Resilient 2050 Pacific. That will take time to get onto that. So in the meantime, if we could just be patient and wait for a minute before we start with the next program, we will be ending very shortly. Once again, if you can look at your agenda here, we will be having a performance once again by our students from USP Lautoka campus, joining us all the way from Lautoka, as well as afternoon tea and networking. But in the meantime, you can use this time as a chance to catch up with each other and network in the meantime. Vinaka. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have moved quickly. We will now move on to the next part of the program. Once again, the Youth Vision for a Corruption Resilient 2050 Pacific. If I could get your attention, if we could be seated as well, and then we can proceed with the next part of the program. Vinaka.
Thank you very much, Viliame. And so this is the document that the team was drafting from the morning, building on all the workshop that we had, the two workshops, the speakers, what the speaker was saying, and of course the questions that you were asking. That's why it took a bit of time to just load it for 5 minutes. But this is the statement or the Youth Vision for Corruption Resilient 2050 Blue Pacific as a result of this summit that we want to take out, of course, through your endorsement, which is going to lead us into the next step to continue the dialogue and to continue further action. Because I know a lot of you since the morning have personally even asked me whether this summit will just end here and if there is something else happening as a result of what we have discussed here, or will just this end like every other ad hoc things that have happened. So no, I'm very proud to say and very confident to say that this will not stop here. That's the reason why we are doing this youth vision statement, because this then actually will serve as the mechanism for us to demand actually our policymakers, our leaders, that as a result of this, we need to continue the dialogue and there needs to be more done. We can't stop here because of the momentum we have created. So I'm just going to read the first sentence from the vision statement that our team has so graciously drafted. Actually, we started drafting last night based on the background of the summit, and then it was being edited from this morning as the speakers were speaking and as the questions were coming in, including the workshop by SPC and PIFs. So we, the youths of the Pacific, value the united vision of the Blue Pacific. That's the 2050 strategy that we're talking about, as reflected in the foundational regional documents, including the 2050 Blue Pacific strategy, the Tenawa vision, which is in fact called the Pacific Unity Against Corruption vision, and the BOE Declaration on Regional Security. And Ambassador High Commissioner Fituri pointed out, and some of the questions also pointed out to the fact that reading something on a document is one thing and implementing is another. So we're acknowledging the regional instruments, but through this statement, then we're going to action as young people of the region. So is there anyone who does not like the way this first statement reads as introductory, or should we change it to something, and you can propose something that we can change it together then? So do we have any nays in the room on those who are online? No nays? All ayes? Ayes? The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Okay, thank you. We go on to the next one. And this is specifically drafted to recognize the fact that peace, in the sense that it's peace in the community. We were sharing about culture in the in just the session before this. We shared a lot about culture, security, not just security in the sense of general security, but climate security as well, and stability. Not stability in whole of the Pacific region, but stability within our families, within our communities, our regional groupings. That stability from building or from demanding the corruption resilience. So we recognize that the achievement of the Blue Pacific aspiration faces complex governance challenges. And we have noted some of the challenges that were shared through the panel discussion, including corruption, which hinders sustainable development and threatens peace, security, and stability. Are there any nays in the room or those who are joining us online in the way this statement is drafted for the second paragraph? Or do we all have ayes in the room? Once more, right? So the ayes have the second statement too. Now, concerns. A lot of concerns shared about what corruption can do, not just to communities and societies, but to the nation as a whole and to the region as a whole. So this is where we're bringing our concern. This is, in fact, one of the main, or if I could say, one of the heart in between the statement is concerned. And this is not saying that our leaders are concerned. This is our concern that we are sharing here today. So it's very important. Concerned with the increasingly intense climate-related disasters such as floods, droughts, hurricanes, heat wave, and wildfires. And do you remember what the British High Commissioner was sharing this morning? Someone born in the 1960s and someone born in 2020 or 2022, 10 times, 5 times, 20 times. And what SPC was sharing about Marshall Islands. And somebody did raise that, why do we only have it for such a model only for one island country? Why can't we have it for all, right? So that's the concern now we're bringing in terms of climate, in terms of the resources, our resources that are under threat. So concerned with increasingly intense climate-related disasters such as floods, droughts, hurricanes, heat wave, and wildfires. We emphasize the criticality of addressing corruption risks in climate change responses, including financing mechanisms and promoting the principles of accountability, transparency, and integrity. Capturing what the speakers were saying in the morning, to what SPC shared, to what we also added during the panel. I think it captures a lot of essence of those thoughts and opinions and views that were shared. So anybody wants to add or subtract anything from the third statement? Or is it okay the way it is? Does it capture the essence? Does it capture the essence from your view? Yes, do we have any nays? All eyes? Eyes. Thank you. Right, it's just a one pager, so we are almost at the end because we don't want to keep it too complex. We just want to have it a one pager, so it's because we know our leaders don't want to read 5-6 pages, they don't just to look at the cover. So we want to do it as a cover. So it's a one pager, they can throw it away. So now we have addressed climate there. Now we're coming to recall. And High Commissioner Fituri shared this, the importance of building up into things and culture and family. So recalling past intergenerational wisdom and anchoring our voice on existing regional instruments and priorities, we are committing, right? It's we, those of us who are today part of this dialogue, we commit to leading positive change to build a corruption resilient Pacific where no one is left behind. Are we committing it, yes or no? Do we commit? Once more? Anyone who does not want to commit yet, or you want to have further opinion about it? No? Thank you. We'll move to actions. And this is where implementation comes into place. And Sevu spoke about, one of our panelists spoke about what we're going to do as a result of when and if this statement today is endorsed, like we reach the end. And if it's all good, then as a result of this, our action. What will be our action? To work with you. So our actions will include pioneering innovation and mobilizing our peers and communities, working in partnership with the Pacific Islands Forum, with whom the 2050 strategy rests at the moment, the Council of Regional Organizations, which includes the SPC, the Pacific Resilience Partnership Network, and other strategic partners, including the UNDP, which is one of the main partners today, for ensuring coherent, sustainable, and long-term results. So our actions in working with them to ensure long-term results around the topic of good governance and anti-corruption. So this is one of our action statements in the vision. Does anybody want to add anything or subtract anything from this statement? Right, so you have something, sure? Yes, sure.
Hello everyone, my name is Nisha and I'm from Lemi, community leader. And my question is, there's a uni student and communities, they all been with a partnership in UNDP, working together with the Pacific leaders. Should we add schools into colleges so they acknowledge the more educated, so they can learn from there to stop corruption and everything?
Thank you very much. And of course, that's a good point. And we did give a thought about it when we were drafting it. So communities incorporating all the intersects of whether it's to do with religious organization, schools, colleges. So we captured, we think we've captured in communities. So mobilizing our peers and communities. So we will work together, and communities in that essence, we've captured all of those things. So is that okay? Thank you. Do we have any nays now? Automatic ayes, thank you. We don't want any automatic ayes because we want the vision statement to actually carry your weight. And that's why we have been drafting it very hard since the morning to incorporate those discussions. So we have now given thought on the action. Now, deep sea mining question came in and climate action and adaptation and those things were also shared. Now we're coming to understanding our connection with the ocean. And as we know that as Pacific Islanders, our connection with the ocean is very unique and we value it a lot. So that's why we are now also want to acknowledge and understand our unique connection with the ocean and then commit something with it. So let me read this. Understanding our unique connection with the ocean that unites us and accepting our collective responsibility, duty, and opportunity we commit to continued collaborative work with each other, whether you're from whichever part of the society, whether you're from a marginalized society, whether you're from a community or climate refugee, with our strategic partners and with our leaders to create, and this is building on to some of the concerns shared today, to create safe, open, and inclusive spaces for constructive dialogue on good governance and anti-corruption. Something to do with technicality? It's back? Right, yes, please. Understanding? Thank you. I think that actually resounds yes. So did we capture it correctly? Understanding our unique relationship and connection. Understanding our unique relationship with the ocean that connects us. It's okay if it reads like this? Understanding our unique relationship with the ocean that connects us. With the ocean. Thank you, Moana. All right. Thank you very much. Does anybody has a nay to that statement? Somebody wanted to clap. Okay, thank you. Now let's reaffirm some of our responsibilities in the next statement, which is, I think, that's the third last statement on the one pager that we have. Reaffirming our responsibilities as the leaders of the next generation that will take the Blue Pacific into the future, and acknowledging the stewardship of our current leaders, we call for Pacific leaders to work with us as collaborators and innovators to foster intergenerational solidarity, dialogue, and partnership for a corruption and climate change resilient Blue Pacific 2050. And this also captures the fact that why we had the panel discussion as an intergenerational one, where we had High Commissioner Feturi sharing things from his experience as a leader and as someone who has been involved into policymaking spaces and government. And then we heard from Sevu and Tepola about other types of dialogues. And also from the morning speeches that we've heard from the High Commissioner of New Zealand and the UK High Commissioner and the PIF's Deputy Secretary General about the importance and including, and I believe that this actually collaborators, innovators came from the statement of Honorable Minister from Tuvalu, who gave the keynote in the morning, and he called for the Pacific leaders to work with young people as collaborators and innovators. So does anybody want to subtract or add anything in that statement? Should we be collaborators, innovators with the current leaders? Should we be or should we be not? We should. So we call for Pacific leaders. So you mean which leaders? So I think in leaders, we wanted to actually capture leaders from every influence, whether it's a community leader, a political leader, a leader in your church group, a leader in your university. So generally all leaders in the Pacific. Right. Right. So instead of calling 4 Pacific leaders, can we say we call on fellow youth leaders or fellow young people from the Pacific to work together? Okay, so what do you propose we put there? Because we need solutions now. Stakeholders, yes. Stakeholders. Overlaw has it. So we call our stakeholders. We call our stakeholders to work with us. Stakeholders actually does sound even more powerful in that sense. To work with us. With us. As more powerful. Thank you. Do we have any nays? Thank you. Our second last, and we are right on time actually, our second last statement, accepting. Now the word accepting came from the fact that we were discussing a lot about what power good governance has and what power it carries in unleashing or releasing resources for achievement into our sustainable development or whichever way it is in the society. So accepting the transformational power of good governance for achieving the 2030 agenda and all the sustainable development goals, we call for our leaders to acknowledge and integrate the voices of youth. Now we want to be equal partners, right? Voices of youth as equal partners in anti-corruption and good governance policy making and action affecting our future. So we are calling for our leaders to acknowledge and integrate the voices, which means this actually in itself captures the statement that we call on the leaders to integrate this statement as well into whatever they're doing. So this statement itself is calling for itself to be integrated as the voice of youth from this summit. Do we have any nays? Are you saying no eyes or are you saying eyes? Thank you. Finally, my fellow youth leaders and young people and High Commissioner Feturi, who's young at heart, our commitment to end the vision statement. What is our commitment in conclusion? Our commitment is to articulate, structure, and amplify Pacific youth voice on anti-corruption and good governance to shape our future by contributing positively to regional, social, economic, and environmental sustainability through policy dialogue and implementation action. Remember, we are taking responsibility here. In conclusion, we are actually committing ourselves and we're taking this responsibility. Are we up for taking this commitment? Can we take this responsibility? Any more louder? Can we take this responsibility? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Can we just scroll up and just go one more time? Right. So there we have it. We discussed a lot about what we're going to do from today after this Pacific Youth Summit. We have, I think the youngest people in the room are the students who came from the international school and some other high schools who are below the age of 18. So ranging from 16, if I'm correct, from 16 years of age who were here in the room. So I think this, we were wondering what to do when we started receiving registration from people as young as 16 years of age. And so we got the idea that we have to do something after the summit. And thanks to you actually generating those discussions and asking those questions, and also to the crop agencies who were here, we managed to actually make an action statement and a vision that we will have to all work together on. Because remember, as High Commissioner Fituri said, if we are up to it, now we have committed ourselves to something, a vision statement. And remember that you have said yes to it. When we finish the statement in the concluding part, you have committed to it. So thank you and congratulations actually to all of you, to all of us. Let's give ourselves a big round of applause for getting the action statement. So with this action statement, or with this vision statement for a corruption resilient 2050 Blue Pacific, please don't be in worry, because now we know that we have a mandate to fulfill through this vision statement, which means you can look forward to more activities for young people, not just in Fiji, not just hosting it here, but across the region, where we want to then fulfill this vision statement that we today, as young people of the region, have committed towards and have dreamt of. So this is our dream, and let's work together now to fulfill this dream. So thank you once again to all of you for making this actually not so easy, because we're struggling from the morning to find the right words to put in the statement. But thanks to the UNDP team and the project team for putting this together, working across the speakers and through the lunch and morning tea, we were drafting this. So thank you once again. We have now actually come to the end of the program. Yeah, I'm surprised too, actually, the way it started and the way that it has come to. We have actually come to the concluding part of the program. We now have the UNDP's anti-corruption advisor, Dr. Sonia, who will deliver the concluding remarks. I think I am actually too much heart melted to say a few words, but I'll give you the first concluding remarks. Sonia, over to you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Good afternoon once again. I've been with you here since early morning, but as I chatted this morning with the British High Commissioner, we established that we are the backstage crew. But I've really enjoyed the whole event, and first and foremost, congratulations for this very successful event. It is with enormous enthusiasm and heartfelt appreciation that I really must congratulate every single one of you in this room. Just very briefly, and I'm sure for most of you, actually, I hope that for most of you, UNDP Pacific is not an unknown entity. UNDP has been in the Pacific for a very long time. Specifically on anti-corruption, we have been working with the Pacific Island countries since 2012. And the young people have always been part of our anti-corruption work. They have been indispensable partners in advancing the anti-corruption agenda in the Pacific. through what we call a whole of society approach. And I think this clearly came through the discussions today, the need for us to forge a whole of society approach, which where youth is actually indispensable partner. However, the very welcome emergence we have witnessed over the last year, which was clearly mentioned in terms of sequence of events and what has been happening over the last year, it's really an increasingly articulate, determined and consolidated youth anti-corruption movement. And this is what, in my view, is also unprecedented. And I think this was also established by the earlier speaker. Once again, I would like to repeat that youth is not a new partner, but really the last year has really seen sea change, in my view, from the anti-corruption point of view. The first, I would like to make a few comments. First, with no doubt whatsoever, Pacific youth has voiced their desire to contribute to anti-corruption and good governance policy dialogue. And UNDP is delighted that, as we heard clearly today, this movement is now growing further with an ambition, from what we saw from the vision, to become a more structured entity and aligned more firmly to the strategic regional development and anti-corruption visions. This is, again, a major milestone. The youth vision that was just shared is impressive and now is reality. As Anis mentioned, now everybody said yes, and I'm sure it will be subject to further sharing, and of course it will serve as a platform for continued action. But it's definitely a reality, and it represents a huge achievement which will have long-term benefits for everyone living in the Blue Pacific. Today has seen such a tremendous wealth of ideas, expertise, and enthusiasm, and very many highlights are worth re-emphasizing, but I will confine myself to making just 3 summary points. The first is that the success of today's event did not come about by accident. Setting aside all the hard work by the organizers, and I'm pleased to note that the event arose from the determined demand of young people to tie the pressing issues of environmental sustainability and anti-corruption together and set the bar of their ambitions even higher. Importantly, this objective is now formalized in the youth vision, and very articulately so. I'm also pleased to note that these ambitions are so intelligently anchored in existing foundational regional agreements, such as the 2050 Blue Pacific Strategy, as well as the Te Niva vision, and also framed in the against the global imperatives, such as the Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. As mentioned, the discussions are, of course, very timely and relevant, as they also importantly align with Kainaki's second declaration for urgent climate action now, and are very timely in preparation for the COP27 in November in Egypt. In a way, I think Pacific Youth is ahead of the game already, so congratulations for that as well. In this context, it is also important to give credit to the Pacific Islands Forum for its commitment to welcome Pacific youth to the table with this event, but we heard some encouraging words that the Pacific Island Forum and the other CROPS agencies are really willing to embrace the youth in a more structured and systematic way. This is an outcome with long-term impact that is already making a difference for the Pacific. Second, and perhaps even more importantly, as today's discussions have made plain, the climate emergency, environmental sustainability, and related disaster risk reduction efforts are of paramount importance for the Blue Pacific region. low-lying atoll nations in particular face an existential threat, and the well-being of nearly everyone on the planet is at risk from the chaotic effects of climate change. This point simply cannot be repeated too often, and today's event has clearly demonstrated Pacific Youth's commendable understanding of the dangerous nexus between corruption and the impacts of climate change. None of us now can have the slightest doubt that strengthening governance and improving anti-corruption results are needed for improved climate and disaster resilience, and that action is urgently required. Again, this is well stated in the youth vision, and this key point in history, I feel sure that this transformational message will carry beyond this event. A further important message in the youth vision is the determination of Pacific youth to showcase the practical values of anti-corruption and governance and create these more structured and sustainable mechanisms that deliver wider, participatory, and inclusive sustainable development. This commitment has benefits beyond climate resilience, and all the indications, including the continued and growing momentum of the Pacific Youth Anti-Corruption Movement, indicate that an annual youth summit well deserves writing large in the calendar. So now we are expecting the next summit. We will just mark our calendars for next year's summit. Third, while congratulating those who developed, of course, the 2050 vision and the TNEVA vision for setting such solid foundations and robust structures for collaboration and good governance in the region, some dots still merit connecting. Today's event has demonstrated in the most explicit way possible that the young people of the region are determined, willing, and entirely capable to help join those dots and work in partnership with regional leaders and the crop agencies to deliver a corruption resilient and climate resilient Blue Pacific. So UNDP congratulates you for this achievement and wholeheartedly applauds the new youth vision. So at the end of such full and inspiring day, it only remains for me to thank everyone who has attended and contributed on behalf of the UNDP Pacific office, the whole team. It's not only, of course, our resident representative and myself. There is a number of UNDP members who are in the background, like our communications team and other people who have also made this event possible and successful. So I wish to share that as well. But most of all, I would like to thank the youth, every one of you, you who joined us physically here, but also other locations, 12 locations across the Pacific. We have people who joined physically and also those who joined online. I don't know, what is the estimated attendance now? Is it over 5,000 already, or I need to have a better picture, but from all the different possibilities for attendance, I think the number is between 3,000 and 5,000, and I need to know eventually, but this is a clear message of engagement, concerned interest, and optimism. So thank you for that. Again, by their actions today and in the build up to today's event and in their continued anti-corruption activities, I have no doubt that our partners from the University of South Pacific and University of South Pacific Students Association, SPSA, have taken these messages to heart. I wish to specifically thank the leadership of the USP and USPSA for having the vision and making this happen today. I would like also to share and acknowledge with tremendous gratitude all high-level officials that took time to join us today. And again, protocols observed. I won't mention all of them by name. You've seen them and heard them, but it was an impressive representation of high-level speakers from SPC, from PIFs, and other diplomatic representation offices from the Pacific. And special thanks to the High Commissioner from Samoa for staying with us the whole day and also contributing to the panel discussion. It's really a very strong message. Thank you for that, sir. Your presence underlines the gravity and the urgency of the topics under discussion and indicate the growing influence of the youth anti-corruption movement across the Pacific region. Of course, I'm delighted just to extend once again the appreciations to the government of New Zealand and United Kingdom for their generous contribution to the anti-corruption efforts in the Pacific, and also for the High Commissioners for joining us today. If you bear with me a moment longer, two groups remain in front of my mind to acknowledge with our thanks. The first are all the speakers, specialists, dignitaries, colleagues who contributed to all discussions and workshops today. So even by any standards, any global standards, we had a star-studded cast, which reflected well in the quality of ideas and the debate. The same accolade goes, of course, to the performers. The cultural performance was amazing in the morning. Thank you once again. I always enjoy watching the talented Pacific people. So thank you very much also to the performance. They really enriched the event. And I think there will be one more right at the end. I really look forward. So we are more to see shortly. UNDP Pacific and myself are delighted to see these impactful developments, and we look forward to continue partnering with the Pacific Youth and our strategic partners to support the actions that were agreed today and that were translated very, very clearly into the vision that you agreed to take forward. Finally, I wish to specifically thank Anit from USP and his team for continued strategic partnership with UNDP Pacific Office, including in relation to organizing this event. Thank you, Anita, for facilitating, organizing, for really having a thought leadership as well. You're really at the cutting edge of what is happening on the development front and also on the anti-corruption agenda. I always enjoy our substantive discussions, and you're really always wanting to be at the cutting edge and really drive the Pacific youth agenda as ambitiously as possible, so and translate it into meaningful action. Thank you once again for the attention, everyone. The High Commissioner from Samoa said, be part of the solution. I couldn't agree more, and maybe that's a good note for us to end this day. Be part of the solution, not part of the problem. Stay tuned for more news, but also we expect to hear from you, and we remain committed to continued working together. I wish you all an enjoyable evening, Vinaka Vaka Levu, and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sonia, for those concluding remarks. And it also gave me a moment to take a breather, overjoyed with our vision statement as well. And I just have to quick two things. One, to thank my project team here at USP for helping me organize and plan this event. So big thank you to both the project assistants, Yash, Shania, our amazing team of volunteers who were guiding you today, Finance Officer, Ms. Poonam Singh, and of course, our executive team, Mr. Mani Mate, the President of USPSA and Chair of the Federal Council, who has been with us, and the Vice President of the USPSA and the Deputy Chair of the Student Council, who was here earlier today. And this goes without saying that a special thank you to each and every one of you for bearing with us, for taking out time to attend this summit. And it has now formulated into something that's going to be spoken of in the coming few days ahead, and I hope years ahead, that created the vision statement. So with that, the last thing I wanted to share with you is on Monday, we are going to start the applications for the first ever Governance Youth Advisory Board for the Pacific, And I thought that this is the best place to announce it and share it before I close. The first ever Pacific Youth Board on Governance is going to be launched later next year. Sorry, not later next year. So you can see the excitement now. Later next month, actually. On Monday, the applications will open. So you'll find the applications if you're a USP student on your student mail. And if you are not a USP student, you will see those call for application on newspapers, on the Facebook pages of the university and the Student Association Facebook pages. So please, I encourage you to apply to be part of the first ever Governance Pacific Youth Board that will be going to be launched in November as part of a lot of work that we are doing. And this board will actually be anchored to the youth vision statement that we have taken out today. And we hope that we can see some of your faces on that board. So with those words, I thank you once again, everyone, for joining us today. Vinaka Vakalevu and Malo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as the banners are put away and the screen goes up, I know it has been a long day, so Vinaka for staying put and endearing. Why don't you give yourselves another big round of applause, please? Actually, why don't we turn to the person on your left, ask them how they are. Come on, turn to the person on your left. Why don't you turn to the person on your right, say, you look good. Turn back to the person on your left, you say, you don't know, I tell you. Just kidding about that one. But we have just one more thing before afternoon tea and networking, which will be a special performance by our USP Lautoka campus students. So they come all the way from Lautoka and they are here. Why don't we welcome them with a big round of applause to end today's summit. Vinaka.
Switch it.
Stay down there, girl. Stay down there. Only for hot girl in the place. Them want to wind them ways. Tell them forward in the face. Put the bang bang embrace.
She little good from she rise, but it took time so good and make sure she out, she comes. Smile on her face, man, she please with the size. Coming around to me, them girl, I roll out them eyes.
Cause I know you're the one for me. Darling, you are my baby. Dance, Malami.
Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for our students all the way from Lautoka campus. And with that, that concludes our Pacific Youth Summit 2022. Have a beautiful evening. We will now have tea and refreshments outside on top at the foyer. Have a good evening. Naka.